static and the satellite haze. Truth on the dash, ghosts in the maze. Whispers in the wires, names in the code. We're digging through the secrets they never show. There's a riddle in the dark and a trail in the dust. If you follow the facts, you gotta question who to trust. Jump in the van, let's ride through the shadows where the truth can't hide. Every file's got a story to tell, from the CI halls to a UFO shell. Yeah, the mystery van is alive, tearing through the smoke of another lie. If you've got the nerve, come take a drive into the mystery van file. They say curiosity kills the cat, but that's just what they want you to think. Lock in, truth seekers. The case is open.
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Gotta get the curtains off the screen, baby. We're going to be doing a bit of detective work. Crazy, okay? Folks. Alright, so there's three possible options, right, to these types of scenarios. Right? It's either, you know, solvable, like we actually come to a conclusion, we don't come to a conclusion, or it's like some supernatural shit, like we literally have no explanation whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So, in terms of the aspect here, we're going to be getting into the Black Dahlia Moidas, okay? Now, unfortunately, I couldn't get the original paper, and like you can't even do like the zoom in trick. You know what I'm saying? So, basically, this is about a woman. I actually have a news article. Now, bear in mind, this is from 1997. So, bear in mind, just bear with me here, folks. Because, like I said, this is probably the best written article, I must say. And it's from the Los Angeles Times, you know. Oh, shit, boys. We did say it. So, I got to do it. And he did drop the 50. So, first of all, I got to play the clip. Are we having fun yet? I have a feeling this is going to go to complete shit. And I literally put in weeks of fucking effort. Like, I literally dug up fucking, like, witness testimony and everything. Put this shit together to dig out this, to get a structure and stuff. And I'm telling you, boys, it's going to go to shit. But it is what it is. The man, the myth, the legend himself, the VK champion, did pay the $50. So, and I did mention it. We'll just throw spaghetti. We'll see what sticks. So it should be pinned. Let me know if that's the wrong paneling. Sometimes I do fuck up. My mom did take Tylenol. All you have to do is look at the title of the stream to realize I done fucked up. But we already got our guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Mo Rebuttal and Mr.
Are you
Dogs,
saying we're gonna derail your show here or anything? No, what?
Of course you are.
No, I'm very interested.
Yes.
I'm very interested in what this is. What are we talking about?
I'm
I mean,
sorry. Okay. I will apologize. I came from another panel that I couldn't stop, and I wanted to.
Yeah, it was on the psychic that we were talking to, apparently.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
That
gosh.
they were a little unhinged.
We have another, believe it or not, another. What are the chances? Another gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Welcome to the show, Mr. Are You Crazy?
I'm not gay no more.
He is
I'm not
the
gay
river.
no more. That wasn't even. Anyways.
Hello, panel. I don't like to talk. I'm gonna sit here.
The previous person we were talking to could have used that. He's a little intervention
Yeah.
like that guy went through, I think.
Yeah, I was watching.
Okay, Mo. Like I told you, like I am what that guy was trying to viewpoint for a long time, and then I came to God. So like there was just the fact that the guy tried to like determine that this was my viewpoint. I'm like, no, fuck you. You don't understand. I lived and experienced this for a long fucking time. I was pagan, essentially, as you would determine it. Like, I was. And so that it's like, dude, I can get on with what you're saying, but it's bullshit.
Yeah, you could have actually talked with him and dissected it if he could have had a coherent conversation other than spurging out. And yeah, that was an odd one. We always see the odd ones on that panel.
I'm sorry, Easy.
Speaking about odd ones, we have another, believe it or not, we have another gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Iron Scoliosis.
You always agree to that. Always, mister. I'm just saying.
So it was we were talking about some kind of spooky stuff on the other panel, but now you're talking about spooky stuff, Teriak. So
now this, like I said,
are we trying to solve a murder mystery here? What are we doing?
We are indeed, gentlemen. We are indeed. So let me give you the backdrop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now this is from the Los Angeles Times, LA Times back in 1997, talking about a moida, an unsolved moida from 1947, gentlemen. Right? So light does not easily penetrate the clouded story of Betty Short, 22-year-old unemployed cashier and waitress whose body was found cut in half and gruesomely mutilated 50 years ago this month in a vacant lot in southwest Los Angeles. The unsolved killing remains Los Angeles' premier myth noir, a tale of tragic beauty clad in black, prowling the nightlife, a cautionary fable that rings as true today as it did in 1947. The legend insists on a shadowed epic tone. The newspaper photographs look like the movie stills from a classic crime film. Even the name of the story is rooted in darkness. The Black Dahlia. For many who are close to the case, it remains a haunting experience. The detective who for 50 years has felt he interviewed the killer, the 11-year-old boy who turned his obsession into a career as a best-selling author, and the victim's relatives who've seen Betty Short transformed in death from a good girl they remember into a tramp. The myth usually goes like this. A penniless but plucky girl from back east comes to Hollywood with stars in her eyes and visions of movies in her head. Her wardrobe of nothing but sleek black clothing winning her the nickname of Black Dahlia. She perseveres in the face of adversity, getting a few bit parts in films, but is horribly slain, a moth consumed by the Hollywood flame. A darker variation makes her lazy and irresponsible. Hints obliquely at stag films, as in John Gregory's Dunes novel and movie True Confessions, and James Ellroy's Black Dahlia, and the LA underworld. The myth usually concludes with a doorman at the Biltmore Hotel where she was last seen, tipping his cap as he ushers her out, watching as Dahlia vanishes into the night, only to resurface a week later, horribly slain. Pick any element off the myth and you walk into a fog of contradictions. The Biltmore doorman, for example, cannot be found in heated news accounts of the day, which reported on every conceivable contact anyone had with Short in the so-called missing week before her death. Who was Betty Short? Was she really the woman portrayed in the press as the unemployed waitress who prowled the boulevard with a different boyfriend every night, frequently failing to come home? The girl who never seemed to have a job, but somehow managed to pay the rent as she shifted from hotel to hotel and apartment to apartment every few weeks or few months? Or was she innocent Central California Army Camp PX worker who refused to date servicemen? The daughter who dutifully wrote home to her mother every week, filling her letters with hopeful news that wasn't true. The wide-eyed innocent of the 1975 TV movie Who is the Black Dahlia? Constantly fighting off mashers in uniform. An unpleasant sight. How did the murdered Short, whose badly decayed teeth were plugged with wax, become a seductive Black Dahlia? The mystery has only improved with age. Ultimately, it seems not to matter whether she was young and pretty and mysterious. Legend would have her so. Nice girl becomes woman off the move, or woman on the move. She was at least secretive, revealing little as she wandered from Long Beach to Hollywood to San Diego in the last year of her life, never making any long-term friends, never staying anywhere very long. Elizabeth, or Betty as she was usually known, grew up in Melford, Massachusetts, the historic Medford town of Longfellow's midnight ride of Paul Revere. She was the third of 5 girls born within 8 years to Phoebe Short and her husband Cleo, who built miniature golf courses. Cleo abandoned the family, vanishing in 1930, a year after the Great Depression began. Betty Short's schoolmates recall her as a nice girl who turned heads whenever she went. Bob Pacios, who grew up around the corner from Short's home on Salem Street, remembers Betty wholesomely, as far as the prettiest of the 5 sisters. Pacios said she liked to tease him. She knew I was beautiful and liked to see my face turn crimson. She would say, "We ought to go out dancing together." But she was a nice girl, he said. Betty was often ill, so the family decided to send her to Florida for the winter. It was 1940. She was 16. After a few winters in Florida, she tried California. Step back to Los Angeles, January 1947. A newspaper costs a nickel, so does a phone call. Women's Spectator pumps are $9.95, and a carton of Viceroys is $1.58. Crime is rising after the war, and Morning Examiner runs a daily box score on the front page. In the midst of an acute housing shortage, home in the 3700 block of Norton Avenue, 1 block east of Crenshaw Boulevard in the Limar Park district, is $11,000. John and Betty Bursinger, who bought a home there in 1945, recall it as a neighborhood of newly married couples with young children. A good place to raise the family. The war had stopped the housing development at their block. The lots one block south were overgrown with weeds. About 10 on the crisp, bright morning of January 15th, Betty Bursinger was pushing her 3-year-old daughter Anne in a stroller heading south to a repair shop to pick up her husband's shoes. Bursinger was looking down, concentrating on steering the wheels through the broken glass that covered the sidewalk in the 3800 block of Norton. "I glanced to my right and saw this very dead white body," she said in a recent interview. "My goodness, it was so white. It didn't look like anything more than perhaps an artificial model. It was so white and separated in the middle. I noted the dark hair and this white form. It was the carefully posed remains of Betty Short, 5'5", one 15 pounds, severed at the waist. She was face up a few inches from the sidewalk, just north of the middle of the block. Her blue eyes were open. Her hands were over her head with her elbows bent at right angles. Her knees were straight and legs spread. Flies were hovering around the body. She had been hit in the head, and gashes were cut from the corners of her mouth, like a Chelsea smile. Chunks of flesh had been neatly sliced from her body, which had been scrubbed and systematically drained of blood. Bersinger stopped at a house to call the police. Then, having touched off what became the largest manhunt of its day, she went to pick off her husband's shoes. Alerted by Bersinger's call, wave upon wave police descended on Norton. So did an equal number of reporters and photographers. In an era of cozier police media relations, there was nothing to keep them away from the body. Will Fowler, a former reporter for the LA Examiner, which dominated the coverage from the first day, recalls closing Short's eyes before the police arrived. The Examiner, having brought out its biggest extra since VJ Day, offered to transmit the victim's fingerprints by the wire photo system if police in exchange would give the paper an exclusive on the ID. The next day, Short was identified from fingerprints taken in 1943 when she was arrested in Santa Barbara as a minor who was illegally in a bar. The Examiner broke the news to Short's mother with a ruse, calling to tell her that Betty had won a beauty contest. The Times columnist Jim Murray, then an Examiner staffer, remembers watching rewrite man Wayne Sutton make the call as the paper's much-hated city editor, Jimmy Richardson, sat in the swivel chair and listened. I sat there and listened to the poor, dear mother telling Sutton about her school day triumphs, Murray said. I can still see him put his hand over his mouthpiece off the old-fashioned upright phone and say, now what do I tell her? Richardson screwed up his good one eye and said, now tell her. Another LA daily, the Herald Express, prided itself on naming murder cases. There'd been the White Orchard murder, the Red Hibiscus murder, and the White Flame murder. The Black Dahlia nickname was real. Short got it in a Long Beach drugstore, half a block from a hotel where she'd once stayed for 2 weeks. The drugstore and its counter still stand, converted to a flower shop. The Examiner paid for Phoebe Short to fly to Los Angeles, then hid her from the competition, Fowler said. 2 days, Miss Short resisted the coroner's request that she identify the body. She wanted to remember Betty as she was. Meanwhile, in San Diego, reporters found a family that had taken Short to their home in the late 1946 after noticing her in an all-night movie theater where she was seeking refuge. According to one San Diego paper, Short spent her days loafing, picking up men, and going to nightclubs. One of them was Robert Manley, a young red-headed LA pipe clamp salesman, who met Short on a street corner. I asked her if she wanted a ride. She turned her head and wouldn't look at me, Manley said in a 1947 interview. But he kept talking to Short, telling her about himself. Finally, she turned around and asked if I didn't think it was wrong to ask a girl on a corner to get into my car. I said yes, but I'd like to take you home. So she got in the car, Manley said. After the holidays, the San Diego family, complaining that their small house was too crowded, asked her to leave. She wired Manley to come and get her, telling him that she was going to meet her sister Virginia and go to Berkeley, none of which was true. Short and Manley stayed in a motel in Pacific Beach platonically, he said. The next morning, they drove to Los Angeles. Manley helped to check her suitcases at the bus station and took her to Biltmore. She asked him to look for her sister in the lobby while she went to the powder room, but Manley didn't find her. Concerned about getting back to his family, Manley left Betty Short at the Biltmore at 6:30 p.m. on January 9th. Within days of the murders, reporters trailing the mysterious red found in the motel where the couple had checked in using their real names. After talking to Manley's wife, reporter Fowler led the police to a home in Eagle Rock where Manley and a business associate had returned from a San Francisco trip. Right away, Manley said, I know what you're talking about. It wasn't me, I wasn't there, Fowler said. Manley was booked as a suspect by one of the two lead LAPD detectives, Harry Hansen. But he passed the polygraph test and was released to patch up his marriage. Suspicion and an earlier history of mental problems trailed Manley. In 1954, his wife had him committed to a mental hospital, saying he was hearing voices. Later that year, doctors from a VA hospital administered sodium pentanol in a final attempt to extract the truth about the Black Dahlia killing. He was again cleared. In 1986, he died alone in an Anaheim apartment, 39 years to the day after he left Betty at the Biltmore. Authorities said death was the result of an accidental fall. 9 days after the Short's body was found, the apparent killer mailed an envelope full of her belongings to the Examiner. The envelope was addressed with gruesome humor, using letters clipped from Page movie ads, including part of the phrase "Heaven is here," far from the ad for Stairway to Heaven. The envelope contained Short's social security card, birth certificate, snapshots, and an old address book with the same pages missing. Gasoline had been rubbed on the contents of the envelope to remove fingerprints. The address book sent police off another furious round of investigation, tracking down about 75 men who were listed. The men told similar stories. They met Betty Short on a corner or at a bus stop. They went out for a meal or to a nightclub. Nothing romantic had ever happened, and they never saw her again. Police reached another dead end. Detectives on loan for the investigation were gradually sent back to their divisions. Until they retired, lead detectives Hansen and Fannis Brown chased leads and examined other causes that might have been related. Nothing conclusive ever emerged. She just asked for trouble, Hansen speculated after retirement in 1971. Probably went too far this time and just set some guy off into a blind berserker rage. Current guardian of the case and the drab 4-drawer file cabinet that holds everything known about the murder is Detective Brian Carr, who was born 4 years after Short was killed. He refers to the files every month or so when he gets calls about the case. If this were any other case, it would be all in some warehouse, Carr said. The last living detective from the original investigation is Ralph Addisell, 76, who was in his 5th year with the Los Angeles Police Department when the murder occurred. Within weeks of the killing, Addisell said he tracked down a man he believes was the murderer, acting on tips and a description of a man seen near where the body was found. He said he talked to the suspect at a restaurant a few blocks west of the crime scene, but did not confront him with his suspicion. There was no proof beyond the fact that the man had recently repainted a car that seemed to resemble one spot near the murder scene. Sometimes the good Lord gets you these feelings or hunches, said Addisell, who lives in Santa Clarita. You get the hair standing up in the back of your neck, whether it's a routine traffic stop or whatever, you just know. The town of Medford, Massachusetts, likes being known as the place where Jingle Bells was written. It does not enjoy its reputation as the hometown of Black Dahlia. The plaque donated in 1993 by a freelance Dahlia research and placed on Salem Street, where Short's house once stood, was strenuously opposed. People said Medford should not honor its most notorious daughter. An obsession becomes a writer's inspiration. The toll was higher for best-selling author James Ellroy, who wept after he wrote the last passage of his 1987 novel, The Black Dahlia. It was the culmination of a 28-year obsession that began on his 11th birthday, 8 months after his own mother's unsolved murder, when his father gave Ellroy a copy of Jack Webb's The Badge, a non-fiction spin-off of Dragnet. He read the section on Black Dahlia. He read the section on the Black Dahlia killing 100 times, but his obsession turned into nightmares so vivid that he used to be afraid to go to sleep. The nightmares were so sophisticated and visual, Ellroy said. I would see these odd winch devices and gears and pulleys lowering Elizabeth Short into a bathtub, viscera floating in the bathtub, bloody suds, her face with the lacquered hairdo being cut ear to ear, blood gurgling. That was horrible. As he grew older, Ellroy imposed a story structure on the nightmares as a way of controlling them and began fantasizing about rescuing Black Dahlia. I hated my mother at the time she died, Ellroy said. The Black Dahlia's killing became a substitute for his mother's. I seized on it, he said. In looking back, I was trying to get the honor and grief I couldn't express over my mother's death. In most accounts, Short's mother disappears after testifying at the inquest. Her sympathetic characterization of her daughter overwhelmed by press portrayals of the seductive Black Dahlia. After her daughters were grown and married, she moved to Oakland to be near Betty's grave at Mountain View Cemetery, former neighbors said. Betty was buried there because she loved California, her mother said in 1947. Betty's younger sister, Muriel, now 68, said Miss Short moved back east in the 1970s and died a few years ago in her early 90s. Muriel, who requested that her last name and residence not be disclosed, said she has avoided reading any of the books about the crime. Pain was etched in her calm voice. Family has put so much time into trying to get away from it, trying to put it behind us, she said, and every time someone brings it up, it starts all over again. It's just too much to bring up all the old hurts again. Who killed Betty Short? Today, the crime would be very solvable, says John Douglas, former head of the FBI's Serial Crimes Division, who is one of the nation's leading experts on profiling violent criminals and the author of Mindhunter. The killer revealed so much about himself through the amount of time he spent with the body, Douglas notes. Old crimes are fascinating, he said. It would have been a great case to get. After reviewing the coroner's inquest and a summary of the case at the request of the Times, Douglas suggests this profile of Short's killer. He was a white man, no younger than his late 20s and possibly older, with a high school education. He lived alone, made his living working with his hands rather than his brains, was adept with a knife, and was comfortable wallowing in blood. For example, a butcher, a slaughterhouse worker, or possibly a hunter who knew how to dress out a deer. He was under great personal financial stress. He and Short spent several days together, and he had been drinking. She rejected him. The mixture of personal stress, alcohol, and rejection exploded into murderous rage. Cutting the body in half was to make transportation easier, Douglas continued, but the level of mutilation reflects a personal rage directed at Short. You can just imagine him saying, "You bitch, look who has the last laugh now," he said. But why Norton Avenue? Douglas knows that they were a far better place to dispose of the body. The killer took a high risk to place the body where he did, Douglas said, because he wanted to put the fear of God in that neighborhood. Half a century later, Norton Avenue is still a neat middle-class block of one-story homes with tidy lawns. Returning there for the first time in 50 years, former reporter Will Fowler says, is like passing yourself on the street in the fog. Fowler, now 74 and living in Sherman Oaks, hopes the crime is never solved. It would ruin the mystery. Asdell, the last living detective, hopes someone will come forward. Even if the killer is dead, perhaps a relative might break their silence. And Betty Bersinger, who touched off the mystery, now 76 and living in Santa Monica, asked the question that has been reverberating for half a century. When is all of it going to die down? Gentlemen, your thoughts?
There's a life lesson to be learned in this. You don't repair shoes. You just go buy another fucking pair.
Oh, crap. I was muted. It sounds like this is the 1940s version of some chick just finding herself and going on her journey, you know? And, I mean, if you're going to take the witness accounts, it sounds like also she dated a lot of guys and then she was just getting like free lunch apparently. So yeah. she pulled that, you know, she pulled that jackpot handle one too many times.
The first one. That's the feminist. You want to.
Shout out to Kieran for the $10 in the Ko-Fi. Says to avoid that stupid grift break. Kieran doesn't like the grift breaks, and ladies and gentlemen, we actually have the gayest man in the world backstage.
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Welcome to the show, biggest, gayest man in the world.
Thank you, sir, for the smallest gay in the world. I appreciate you.
My man.
I think it's funny that guy leans into that meme so much.
On my style speakeasy, teriyaki. Yeah. Is that a bit better on my style? I have a realistic style of what you're going through. So yeah, Pepe. You said Pepe. I sent you a frog, and I was like, "This is the frog," and you were like,
I
"No,
thought the fucking,
Pepe."
I thought the Pepe
But I
meme.
have a
I thought that.
realistic view on that. Like it's not
Yeah,
just
dogs.
like
Dogs.
I
I thought
have
the
a
Pepe. I saw the Pepe image. I thought that was Teriak. To tell the truth, that's
Oh.
his thing.
Yeah, I
That's
can
Teriak's
see.
thing.
Pepe's right beside you, Kieran.
No,
just
but so
I know. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Oh wait, Kieran, you also got a premium meme as well. Which premium
What's
meme
up?
would you like?
whoa.
We got Andrew, we got Joey, we got.
Yeah,
let's
do the
talk about
Andrew
me.
one. Do the Andrew one.
Let's
Do the Andrew one.
That's a good
Yeah,
choice, sir. Good
fucking
choice.
fuck.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half.
Bro, that is one of the most based monologues and edits I've ever seen. Like, just
Yeah, that's pretty good.
that should
Imagine being one of those women though in this meme immortalized
bro.
forever. Just being
that I'm gonna include that meme in my morning prayers, right? Okay, I'll do my morning prayers, then I'm gonna play that meme, all right? Just to remind myself, you ungrateful bitches, okay? Not my wife, she's cool, but you know, in general, in general.
Yeah, I think there's a life lesson to be learned from this story.
Yeah, like what I mean, am I am I off here? Does it just seems like me like she was one of these I'm just finding myself. She that whole like I'm going on my journey. She's like just dating a bunch of guys and then she rolled those dice one too many times and was trying to get a meal and then she ran into whatever psycho she ran into and then this happened.
Well, Mo, to be fair, if I could, I just saw a link and joined, and I kind of came in halfway through. Mo, could you do like a 3-sentence summary of what the story is?
Black Dahlia, murder in 1940s. Summary was she moved to Los Angeles, dated a bunch of guys apparently by multiple accounts. A lot of the guys said that she, it wasn't sexual, so that implies that like she basically was using them for food. And then she turned up dead one day, with her body cut in half. Oh,
that sounds awful. Like, why are we judging her? Why are we judging her?
Well,
it kind of sounds like we're judging her.
I mean, I am a little bit.
Yeah. Why? How?
Well, like if you're gonna have someone, if you're gonna move to a big city and be promiscuous and just like, go out and be a woman of the night, essentially. You can only roll those dice so many times before something bad happens. I'm not saying she deserved it. No, I'm not saying she deserved it. I'm just saying that that's the situation she put herself in, right?
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
It sounded a bit like before when I first joined. It sounded a bit like we were going towards she kind of deserved it. I'm like,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's the situation she put herself in.
A bit like if you don't lock your car and someone steals it, you go, well, someone shouldn't have stolen it, but you should have locked your fucking car.
Yeah, I guess. I guess, especially if you like left it unlocked in like a shady neighborhood,
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Well, there is. I think it's a counter to this this narrative that the feminists have. Women need a night once a week where there's a curfew for men, so women can just walk around in parks and go jogging at midnight and shit like this. Because
what the fuck?
No, it's a real thing. I've seen them argue this, right? I've seen them argue it. But But men also aren't safe walking around parks at night on their own.
You know what that would do? If they really got that, you know what that would do? It would be the same situation as the whole gun argument, right? It would just be like all the guys would stay home, but then you'd have the dirt bags that go out there, and they're like, hey, all the good guys are home. There's
correct, because
free pickings.
Because the guys who don't care about the rules are going to be the ones breaking the rules, and all the guys who would put their life on the line to fucking save you are at home under a curfew. I know it's retarded. It's retarded.
Playing PlayStation or something.
Yeah. Just chilling out, right? No. What would happen is there would be some small group of vigilante men, good men, who said, "Fuck these fucking laws. We're going to go out and patrol the streets and make sure the bitches are okay." They would.
Literal white knights.
Yeah, correct.
They don their shiny armor.
I literally created that myself right off this. I'm actually kind of thinking I don't know.
That's what they think they look. That's what they think they look like when they're actually just a bunch of like fat neck beards.
Right. Like, how can I explain this? But at the same time,
my lady, we will protect you.
But I made this. Like, this is my own.
Yeah, I know. But dogs. When your biceps are bigger than your pecs, there's something wrong there, bro. That's not quite right.
That's not what I'm saying. It's like
I'm just looking. No one's biceps are bigger than their pecs.
Society of like, this is what I see as a society member. And I'm not saying this is what I see. I'm just I'm having fun here, but this is what you see those superhero movies, these superhero shows, and this is what most majority of women want. This is what they see, like this strong man, this muscular dude.
No, I don't agree. I think in my experience, hang on, dogs. So just let me. Okay, go on.
I mean, fair. You can when we get there. I was trying to finish.
Sure.
But this is the problem with majority of fuck. Now you fucker. Shit.
Sorry, bro. Look. Okay, I'll try and pick up. Okay, women.
This is the populist view because of media.
It's not.
Right?
It's not.
Yes,
it's not.
Because of media. Yes, it is.
It's not. Women don't give a shit. Women don't give a shit about your muscles.
Bullshit.
Right? In fact, if you are too fit and muscly, it makes them feel intimidated because you're going to the gym, and it makes it does. It does. It makes them feel bad.
They look at those superheroes on those shows and go,
They don't, bro. They don't care. They don't.
The majority of them do.
They don't care. They don't, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. Dogs.
Superhero in this show and go like, that is a muscular badass man.
No, they care much less.
But majority-wise, this is why
they don't.
This is why social media has destroyed a lot of our culture.
They don't.
Social media is.
Brother.
This is what I should be, and this is what I should look up to.
No, women don't give listen, dogs. Oh my god, dogs. Step away from the mic.
What the fuck is going on right now?
Just one. Let me make one point. I've been dealing with dogs for fucking 5 minutes. Let me make one point. Dogs. Women care much less about strong muscles than they do about a strong mind. I'm not going to fucking lie. Not going to lie.
Where?
Not going to lie.
Why?
Not going to lie.
Where and why? Where and why?
What do you mean?
Well, you can use a pretty good example like dogs. Like if you're, let's say you go to the gym and you're really big and you lift weights, but you're like a pussy.
Yeah,
correct. Correct.
But a big, strong man that can do something and
stop.
It's still something women look for.
Dogs,
women look for that.
Dogs,
women look for strength. So no matter how much you
they
try,
look for strength of will. They look for strength of will.
Strength of all.
Strength of will. Strength of will.
Isn't strength a thing?
Strength of will, and also if you're funny, it helps a lot.
But is so. If you're not a serious person, you don't have strength of will, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So what do women look for?
Strength of will and being funny. They love when you're funny, bro. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, being funny helps a lot. You know,
it helps.
You make them giggle. You make them giggle. They'll tickle your pickle. You know, that's how it goes.
Yeah, but also being funny. Hang on, dogs. Also, hang on, dogs. Being funny, like to be funny spontaneously in a social context, that's a risk, right? You're going to make a joke in a group, and everyone's going to fucking go bum bum, or they're going to go ha ha ha, right? It's a fucking risk. And
the person that has the point of like they can do that and don't give a shit about anybody else, like
yes.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. How is it? What's it got to do with that?
For the record, I was talking about this subject matter. Okay, I just wanted to put
exactly.
Hey, here actually going back to the subject matter here. I do one quote that I thought was kind of fucked up was when whoever it was, one was quoted like, "I hope it never gets solved. We're ruining the mystery." I was like, "What the fuck?
Like, why the hell?
Like holy shit, dude!" It's like, okay, so it's just a cash cow for you apparently. But I mean, okay. But is that a wrong analysis that it's just you look at this situation here, and I do think it just kind of boils down to that. Like she was just being way too risky with her lifestyle.
Now, here's the thing.
And it's like it's a numbers game at that point, right? You're gonna meet eventually you're gonna meet someone who's a psycho.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, right? Harry Hansen, the lead LAPD detective, right?
Right.
Here's one of his comments in the case. She didn't seem to have any goals or standards. She never had a job. She never had a job all the time she lived in Los Angeles. She had filled them up with candle wax. She was a man crazy tramp, but she wasn't a prostitute. There were all kinds of men in her life, but we were only able to find 3 who'd had any sexual experience with her. She was a tease. Right. She gave a bad time to quite a few guys. Just asked for trouble. There wasn't much to like about her.
Yeah, so that implies that she was just getting, she was living off these guys, basically. Because she never had a job, she was getting by somehow. And they were probably giving her money and expecting something back. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think there's a life lesson we learned out of this. When your refrigerator needs repair, you get it fixed. If your shoes are falling apart, you just buy a new fucking pair of shoes. She would have bought a new pair of shoes for her husband. She might not have been dead. But the other side I was going to point out, this kind of reminds me of, do you remember that story? Well, it's not a story, it's true. Hillary Clinton, when she was a public defender, she defended this child molester, right? And flat out made up all kinds of bullshit about this girl who was like 11 or 12 years old, saying, oh, she was promiscuous and this and that. So I'm going to play devil's advocate and say, like, well, could there be a possibility that maybe the cops couldn't solve the crime and they colluded with the media and just made up a bunch of bullshit about her? Probably not. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, if that's the case and that's how it goes, you play with fire, eventually you're going to get burned.
But didn't the family and like many other people kind of confirm that, yeah, she was just kind of this wild child, like promiscuous person, or like it wasn't just not just the police, it was like multiple like people and multiple groups of people that kind of like were like, yeah, she's kind of, just all over the place.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was dealing with this pain in the ass freaking cat. You buy a cat for a 13-year-old girl, and guess what? That girl turns 18 and goes off on her own. Then it's your fucking cat. But anyway, maybe I missed some of that in there. But
I don't care how old or whatever. It's their fucking cat, right?
Well,
you could also just have an outside cat, like a barn cat, too.
It's still their
doable.
fucking cat. If they want the fucking cat, they got to be responsible for the cat, even if it's outsized.
Well,
It's their fucking cat. All right.
She was a kid. She was a
Fuck
kid.
you, cats.
She was
Dogs.
a kid.
All
Yep,
right.
but she moves into an apartment. They're not allowed to have pets in there. So right now, she knows as soon as she gets a house, her and her fiance get married, they get a house, which hopefully is soon. They're going because I'm fucking tired of them. I love them. Don't get me wrong, but they're just a fucking pain in the ass sometimes. They climb up on you like you're a jungle gym or something. Don't realize, you got jeans on. They're digging.
Yeah, that's cats, dude. Do you not realize the
Oh,
mentality of cats or dogs or any of that? That's part of a pet or a dog or cat or any of that.
So anyway, Black Dahlia.
Fuck you, Mom.
By the way, somebody in chat pointed out it's not Dahlia, it's Delilah. It's Delilah. Delilah, yes, Delilah, not Dahlia.
I thought it was Dahlia. I thought it was Dahlia. That's what Teriak was saying.
Delilah. It's Delilah.
Hold on.
Well, but yeah, check. Please check, because my wife's saying, Kieran, you're wrong. How dare you say I'm wrong, by the way? I hate it when my wife's wrong.
DAHLIA.
Delilah. No, that's Dahlia. That's Dahlia. That's Dahlia. Yeah, it's Dahlia. Chat's retarded.
Dumb motherfuckers. I told you. I called this. I told Mo at the very beginning, these motherfuckers are going to derail this shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. It kind of reminds me
because
we talked about this to begin with.
here's another bit of interesting testimony. Ann Toth, right, the roommate of Black Dahlia, or Delilah, and she says she testified about the detective's suspect behavior during the 1949 investigation. Her direct quote was, Hansen made a try for most of his female boarders, and when he wasn't successful, out they go.
Meaning it could have been a cop that was the killer?
Is that bad? Is that bad?
No, just in terms of what he says about her being like a loose and a tease and all this kind of shit. He seems to be like that. There might have been a projection on his end.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the part. Must have missed the part.
But wasn't? Didn't you say in the story though that it was other groups too that said she was very
a whore?
Kind of like I don't know about a whore, but
yeah, a whore. But
she had a lot of guys in her life.
Oh, come on, boys! Come on, boys! Okay,
she was friendly.
Friendly,
if you were trying to be non.
Yeah, correct.
Honestly, you know what's funny? Like, take the end point out, the murder and everything, like her life and everything. She almost beat for beat sounds like Marilyn.
Yeah, but bro, okay, bro. Listen, social shaming is one thing. Being cut in half, that's something else.
Well, yeah.
Right. Like we can all agree.
Well, obviously, physically, if you were cut in half, it would be much different than somebody saying you're a fucking jackass.
Well, it's also based on the murder. The guy did it and then drained her body of like liquids and then transported the body.
Well, okay, yeah, and then there's
so this is sexual. Or was she
shit.
the innocent Central California Army Camp PX worker who refused to date servicemen? The daughter of the daughter who dutifully wrote home to her mother every week, filling her letters with hopeful news that wasn't true. The wide-eyed innocent of the 1975 TV movie Who is Black Dahlia, constantly fighting off mashers in uniforms.
So this would be interesting. I would actually like to see.
So is there no like real coherent narrative?
Letters to this.
Whole cases like these, my friend.
We hold on. So we get back to this to the movie narrative and the social construction of narratives. Like, this actually happened?
Can you say more?
Detective work, gentlemen. Detective work's not. One sec. Detective work is not like you see on TV where like Sherlock Holmes, where it's like the case basically gets solved for you, and then you think that you're solving the case and all this kind of shit. This is real life, motherfuckers. We have to deal with fucking testimony and shit.
But that's where I
The
question
logos.
just like was the actual facts true, or did media exponent what was there? Like, you know,
Well, they were
like,
talking.
even
A lot of the
news and
stuff
all
that they're
that,
talking
and it
about
says
came from the police detectives,
newsletters and
right?
stuff.
Well, bros, if I can ask you, in this entire saga, who's the villain? Okay, can you answer that question? Who's
Me?
no,
I'm
not
the
you,
fucking
dogs.
villain.
Fucking retard. No, VK
I'm
champ.
just being funny.
Current.
I
VK
would say
champ,
whoever
50
cut her in half, Kieran. I think that would probably be the villain.
I'm going to go with the
Yes, right.
murderer in this story.
Yes, correct. You reckon the guy who cut her in half is the villain? Why are we fucking blaming the victim right now? That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You're blaming the victim.
Because we have
I'm not blaming
no
the
idea
victim.
who it is.
The evidence.
So all we can do is talk about the circumstances. I mean, the only thing that was interesting is that one detective said he talked to the one guy he had suspicions over. He thought could be it. And he basically had the same car that was seen, but the guy recently repainted it. That's suspicious, right? Well, the guy happened to just repaint the car. You know, it doesn't prove anything necessarily on itself, but sounds like that would be something to. I wonder where that investigation went, or they just didn't have enough to even like question the guy, or doesn't sound like.
Well,
it.
like here's the thing: in order to be able to commit this type of a crime, you need to be a goddamn psychopath. And maybe what that detective was talking about was that like he got that kind of like detective instinct where it's like I'm talking to a goddamn psychopath right now. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
But where's
I've heard studies on that where like people are weirded out when they're around people who have
like
mental disorders like that.
Circumstances of, but doctrine of, or we all deserve the right of jury or circumstance and everything through our legal means. So I get that maybe the guy actually had something as a person pursuing that, but like, where is like, and you're scrolling through it. Yeah. I haven't looked up it's been a long time. I've heard of this though, but yeah.
Well, you go back to like the crime never being solved itself. I mean, the murder never getting caught. It's no surprise. It was like couldn't fingerprint, or I mean, you fingerprint, but there was no DNA. I mean, they didn't have.
Well, back in the day, they didn't have DNA. I mean, baby fingerprints on certain.
They had fingerprint technology back then.
Yeah, they had fingerprints, but they didn't have a database where you can, every person.
Well, they did have
a
database, but not the database we have now.
It wasn't synchronized. It wasn't like synced across state lines or anything.
Yeah. But don't you guys think that,
or even being able to like
dirty
have an image that the exact fingerprint is there? Like, this is the whole thing about the new technology.
Well, they said that the guy wiped down. The killer sent in a bunch of stuff, like of her belongings, and he wiped down everything with gasoline to remove fingerprints. So he clearly was taking precautions. So that would imply that he did the same thing with the body to some degree.
Yeah.
Anybody else think it's weird though?
In this day and age, do you think that would actually stop any evidence?
Is there any like evidence of do they know what he used to cut? Because you can't just like cut a human body in half easily, right?
Yeah,
but this was like very precise. This wasn't like a hack job. This was like very like surgical.
Right, but still, like even I mean, okay, so what did he use? I mean, still
even surgically,
knife and a saw to cut through the bone.
Oh, you really think that you can pinpoint surgically cut something apart with a knife?
If you got a big enough,
it's called surgery.
Really sharp knife, and then you got to cut through the bone.
You have a big enough knife. I think you're wrong, good sir. What it is you have a pinpoint apparatus that you can cut something apart very to the point.
What do you think? You use a table saw? I mean, like threw off.
No, I didn't say any of that.
I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there. I never cut up a body.
Okay.
I never cut up a body. I've cut up animals.
Here. I have butchered and hunted and
Same here.
harvested all my own meat with a certain thing. Do you? This is where I'm going. So you should know if you have done this. Do you think that a simple apparatus that you could just run through a taper saw would not show more proof than you cleanly did it with like a scalpel or a knife?
Yeah. Also, I don't think like they made reference to like possibly being a hunter or something like that, someone who's comfortable dressing a deer. But I've dressed deers before. Dressing animals is, I would say, a completely different thing than trying to do something to a human, because animals have very like you make certain incisions and then you can just like rip off the skin and then
I actually,
but Mo, aren't hang on, bro. Mo, aren't like I have no idea, but aren't people also like animals to a certain degree? Like
no, you can't make an incision in a human and then rip their entire skin off.
Really?
Well, technically,
How do you know, bro?
Because
you could skin a human. Technically, you could skin a human, just like
you could, but like it's not the same thing like a deer, man.
No, it's fair because
I'm not saying this.
Hang on, boys. Mo, you're right because like for example, a cow or a deer, their skin's made of fucking leather, and our skin isn't.
You have something to pull.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that would be the issue.
This is the most morbid fucking conversation I've ever had in my entire life.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. Like, if it is a situation where they said, and I'm just speculating here because I don't have any of the evidence or anything of the documentation, but it sounds like it was very surgical and precise. That to me, that sounds like it would be someone who has medical experience to some degree.
But why medical experience? Why couldn't they have butchering?
Well, that was the same theory with Jack the Ripper. They thought he might have been a surgeon because he was kind of precise with his scalpel. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
What
I'm not trying to be like crazy here, Mo, but like, couldn't like a person that has animal and mammal, like they're butcher, couldn't they have the same idea about that? Because
he just told you he just told you why, because they can deal with bones, but they can't deal with skin. Skin's a whole different thing compared to animals.
No, they do it all. A good butcher does it all.
What the fuck?
Some of them are basic. Some of them are basic.
A good butcher knows how to butcher people.
Like a true butcher has all the lines. Like, this is how you dissect a mammal. Essentially, that's the idea.
So dogs.
And I have dissect mammals.
Yes. So dogs. So dogs. Yes. So dogs. Yes. So dogs. If am I speaking to dogs or somebody else? Who's fucking speaking right now?
I'm speaking.
It's dogs.
It's dogs.
Okay. Do you boys think?
Aaron, why are you gay?
Well, if you were going to like when you're like you're butchering a cow, right? And you have your porterhouse, you have your sirloin, you have your tomahawk steaks. What's the best cut of a human? What's the best cut
of a human? That's weird. I've never.
Well, this whole conversation's weird, you fucking retards. This whole conversation is
thought about that. But
I think what Kieran's trying to imply here is that there's a wide range of knowledge of how to dress different animals, and it was kind of common knowledge. But when it comes to like doing something like this to a human, that would not be. It wouldn't transfer.
That's something
I agree.
Necessarily.
I agree. It doesn't. It doesn't transfer.
Too. Like a mammal itself, like you're looking at the.
Like, have you ever dressed a chicken? Like, you can literally dress a chicken in like 2 or 3 cuts. Like, it's almost like they're designed to be processed. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Is it true? Is it true though? Hang on, boys. Is it true? Is it true that a pig has the most similar anatomy to humans?
I don't know. I never dressed a pig.
I really.
I have heard.
I've dressed rabbits, squirrels,
similar,
deer.
but I don't actually know for a fact. I will look at that.
They
The
they
fact-
do ballistics.
the
They
fact-
do ballistics tests.
Hey boys, it's been fun, but I gotta head
out.
out for the night. Babies are waking up. I gotta go deal with them. But it's been a pleasure. I'll talk to you guys later. God bless. Have a good night.
Is that Mo? Is that Mo leaving?
God bless, brother.
Yeah, it's me leaving, buddy.
Yeah, God bless you,
Take
brother.
it easy, Mo.
God bless, guys.
See you, Mo.
I'm kind of more focused on like anybody think like so when was this article that we're reading, when was this written?
This one right here is 1997.
Oh, okay, so I'm assuming they're using the similar information, same stuff, same evidence, and
Did you say 97? Oh, shit.
that the
I'm fucking old
around the
with
time of the killing, basically. Some of the stuff they put in there, it just seems like they were going out of their way to like do her dirty. Like I saw that part where they put in there how
why were they doing it dirty?
rotted
Okay,
teeth,
give me an explanation.
rotted teeth. Like they mentioned how her teeth were rotted and filled with stuff with wax, and like I don't know. Like it seems like they went out of their way to paint a picture. You know what I mean?
Well,
Kind of
like I said, I've been slowly drip feeding the things because there's another thing or another spin that gets thrown on this, which is Conwell L. Keller, which is an LAPD officer. In the 1949 grand jury investigation, his direct quote from his testimony was, yes, he is mixed in it somewhere, in response to whether he thought that Hansen was a suspect, meaning the lead detective.
Okay.
So why? So at the same time, like, even though you see something as what you see as the major majority, how do you actually like prove or show that this is what is actually fact?
At this point, it's impossible.
What do you
ain't it?
mean? Okay, so it's impossible to prove the Bible then. Oh my God, use fucking Christians like you. I don't understand.
Yes.
Like you defeat your
I'm
own
a-
arguments half the time.
That wasn't even, but yeah, fair.
Testimony.
I'm talking. No,
Like, we have the testimony.
I thought he was talking about prove. I thought he was going like any way they could still solve the murder, like prove who the killer was. That's right. That's my fault. That's where I thought he was going with that.
How could you?
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
why I said it's impossible.
You're
So,
not listening
This
when
dude says
Right.
that he was a sergeant, sometimes referred to as an officer in the secondary sources with the LAPD gangster squad, a specialized unit focused on organized crime. He testified before the 1949 Los Angeles County grand jury investigation into the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, aka Black Dahlia, which was led by Lieutenant Frank B. Jemison of the District Attorney's Office. This grand jury probe examined various aspects of the case, including police handling suspects like Mark Hansen. That's a different Hansen. Wait, what? Oh shit, no. Harry Hansen. Wait, what? Oh wait, no, sorry. He thought I think this is the original. Suspects like a theater owner of the acquaintance of Short and a broader corruption or cover-up allegations. In the full verbatim transcript of Keller's grand jury testimony is not publicly available in its entirety. No complete continuous full testimony published this other thing, unlike some other witnesses, e.g. Detective Harry Hansen. Oh, sorry, Mark Hansen and Harry Hansen.
So Mark Hansen was a suspect. Harry Hansen was. I'm confused.
The detective.
Now. Was detective? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So they were both called Hansen.
I'm pretty sure
So
I saw
there was one suspect called Mark Hansen, right?
Yeah.
But in his testimony, digitized thing, unlike something from detective thing statements, most cited from the expert thing questioning. Sorry, no, that was Mark Hansen. Sorry, my bad. They were both called Hansen, Mark and Harry. My bad. That's me up on my end. It wasn't the investigator.
Yeah.
So it's Mark Hansen and then Harry Hansen.
All right.
I think I saw the movie. I think I saw. They made a movie
I'm
about
not
this.
even asked. Okay, you go for it. You said no. Oh.
They made a movie about this, didn't they?
Yes.
Like back in like the 90s, maybe. Like, if I'm correct. Pretty
I think it
sure.
was called the Black Dog.
Pretty curious. Pretty. What's that?
I'm mumbling. Sorry, I'm looking it up.
Are you thinking of the Black Swan?
No,
That was a different movie. I thought there was a Black Dahlia movie. I could be wrong.
I think you're right.
Sometimes I watch-
There
I
is a
watch
Black Dahlia movie, but it's not in the form you'd think of, and it's been a long time since I've seen it.
2006.
2006. That might be the one I'm thinking of.
You fucking call me old? Fuck you.
What the fuck, dogs?
Who was in it?
No, I was just being a smartass.
No,
Who was in it? I don't
who's
pay.
in that movie?
Scarlett
don't
Johansson, Josh
pay
Hartnett,
attention
and
to actors. Why
Hilary
should I
Swank.
pay attention to actors for somebody that can actually produce something in real life? Like, I don't pay attention to. I mean, there's actors
just
I
curious to see
obviously
if it was the same
in
movie I saw.
an obvious form that you see, but I don't follow. They're actors. That's what they do. And good for them, obviously. But I don't follow them. I don't. They're doing the job, I guess. Either they are paid for an apparatus that the culture wants. So I don't pay attention to actors.
I was just asking because I wanted to confirm if it was the same movie that I saw, and Scarlett
Maybe.
Johansson was in
Yeah,
it.
Scarlett Johansson's in it.
Kind of sounds familiar. Yeah.
The whole shoe thing is just like, I don't mean to make light of this, but that's just like kind of really funny. I mean, who knows? This guy could have been stalking her and he was going to get her no matter what. But imagine if this happened just because she went to pick her husband's shoes up from a repair shop. It's like, I know times were tight at times, but he's buying you fucking pair
So
of shoes.
shouldn't you keep your wife from ever having that? Shouldn't you not want people to imagine that? I'm just saying.
I got a 22-year-old daughter, so I think about a lot of shit.
Yeah, fair.
It's part of life, and I drill it into her.
So you would never want her to be there, right?
Never want her to be where.
In that situation that somebody was trying to take advantage. We were just saying. Like,
of course
the
not.
thing you were just saying. Obviously. So, like, that's I think is kind of the problem with the large scheme media is like they run through these ideas of this is what people experience, and so many people get hooked on that, and I think that's the biggest problem. And I'm not even gonna go there. I have lived a crazy life. And I sit there and watch these movies and go, I don't want this like seen or reproduced or like this is a standard thing. No, I don't want this as a standard thing. What I want as a standard thing is real, true, badass, good family and blah, 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 blah. I'm as basic terms. So that's where I'm leading. It's like I want.
I watched some pretty dark, gruesome movies. It's a form of entertainment. That's how I see it. You just gotta be
Okay, there is a form of entertainment,
Smart enough
but
to distinguish
when-
between
okay,
fiction.
I get that, but when forms of entertainment is like majority of how your young people live,
I didn't
that's-
raise my daughter that way, so I don't have to worry about that.
Boys, if I could interrupt for
Good for you.
5 seconds. If I
Good for
could,
you. Say that.
just for 5 seconds, I have to go. I've got work tomorrow. Just going to dip out. Love you all. Take care. And
Why you gay?
well, don't be a retard. Okay.
Yeah,
There's
I'm fucking with you. You know it. See
I
ya.
got to go, guys. It's been great chatting to you.
All right.
See you, Karen.
Take it easy, Kieran. Have a good one.
Sleep well and God bless.
God bless.
God bless, brother. Okay, are we gonna go again?
Yeah, so
Next.
digging into the Wikipedia next. So, in terms of the wait, one second. Let me get.
I'm having a
the
ball
shit
listening to
set up.
dogs up here. You're wild enough,
so-
my man. I love
I
it.
don't think I can get it zoomed in though, so where you can kind of wait. Maybe this what? No, that won't work. Fuck it, it is what it is. But Jamin, just give you a bit of kind of thing in terms of like the build up and then thing. This is like the first thing, the actual Wikipedia. So this is like the live updated information. On January 9th, 1947, Short returned to her home in Los Angeles after a brief trip to San Diego with Robert Red Manley, a 25-year-old married salesman she'd been dating. Manley stated that he dropped Short off at the Biltmore Hotel in downtown LA, and that Short was to meet one of her sisters who was visiting from Boston that afternoon. By some accounts, staff at the Biltmore recalled having seen Short using the lobby telephone. Shortly after, she was allegedly seen by patrons off the Crown Gill Cocktail Lounge, 754 South Olive Street, approximately 3/8 of a mile away from the Biltmore. Discovery. So it's basically a week later. That was the last time she was seen, and then a week later, she was then seen. So any thoughts so far, gentlemen?
Doesn't say anything about picking up the shoes though, does it? Like we read before. Like before, it said she went to pick up that man she was dating or whatever, that he had dropped off her shoes at her repair shop. That's the last time she was seen, was picking up those shoes. I thought. Doesn't say anything about that. Maybe it's irrelevant, but I don't know. Severed in 2 pieces. Oh my God! Can you imagine being the one stumbling upon that.
Ugh.
So, like, basically, in terms of discovery, like on the morning of January 15, 1947, Short's naked body, severed in 2 pieces, was found in a vacant lot on the west side of South Norton Avenue, midway between Coliseum Street and the West 39th Street. Oh, Jesus. In the neighborhood of Limar Park, which was largely undeveloped at the time. Short's severely mutilated body was completely severed at the waist and drained of blood, leaving her skin a pale white. Medical examiners determined that she'd been dead for around 10 hours prior to discovery, leaving her time of death either sometime during the evening of January 14th, the early morning hours of January 15th. The body had apparently been washed by the killer. Short's face had been slashed from the corners of her mouth to her ears, creating an effect known as the Glasgow smile. That was called the Chelsea smile. She had several cuts on her thighs and her breast where her entire portions of flesh had been sliced away. The lower half of her body was positioned a foot away from the upper, and her intestines had been tucked neatly between beneath her buttocks. The corpse had been posed with her hands over her head, her elbows bent at right angles, and her legs spread apart. The Los Angeles Herald Express reporter Aggie Underwood was among the first to arrive at the crime scene and took several photos of Short's body and surroundings. Near the body, detectives located a heel print on the ground amid the tire tracks, and a cement sack containing watery blood was also found nearby.
Bum, bum, bum.
So, in terms of the,
what
I
the
think that's
fuck?
what we mean by the shoe.
What the fuck? Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna have to say it, but you know, God bless y'all, and I'm gonna have to leave, and maybe I'm actually gonna travel for work, so I don't know if I can get on panel later on. We'll see how it goes. Time involved, Love you guys. This has been a blast. I wish I could keep going, but fuck, I can't.
It was good to hear your voice, dogs.
Yeah. Thank you, brother. And
Yeah.
always good to hear yours too. This
Thanks,
has been
sir.
fun. And I'll see you guys hopefully maybe next time or the time after that. You know, we'll keep rolling.
Time after that. You guys
later.
bend your title.
I good. Oh, hold on. Okay, wait. Yeah. Go with this one. Hold on.
Teriak, did you notice this pot of gold?
Yes, right. Here we go. Ba-doom, ba-doom. Fuck y'all. This is right. The wolf tells you, I conquer it all. No, just being a smart ass. Love you guys. Always a good time hanging out. I'll see you next time.
Have a good one, dog.
Oh, are you still here, dogs? Oh, he's gone. Well, appreciate it. Thank you very much, dogs. But yeah, like the to me, like already, like automatically, right? You had the shady detective kind of like, at least in terms of like his interpretation, the way he's viewing it. You know what I mean? To me, it kind of suggests that he kind of like already has his mind made up, which I never really want to see. You know?
I kind of agree with you. I mean that yeah. Yeah.
What was the detective's name again?
Hansen.
Hansen.
One sec. Yeah. So there was Harry Hansen, which was the detective, but then there was Mark Hansen, who was one of the suspects. Do you know what I mean? So you have the whole like fucking like autopsy there. One sec. Well, like that's the autopsy and identification, how they were able to identify and all this kind of shit, the shady shit that the media company done to do that. And like then there's like these things with like the letters. So on January 21st, the person claiming to be the Shorts killer placed a phone call to the office of James Richardson, the editor of the Examiner, congratulating Richardson on the newspaper's coverage of the case and stating he planned on eventually turning himself in, but not before allowing police to pursue him further. Additionally, the caller told Richardson to expect some souvenirs of Beth Short in the mail. Of Beth Short? Who the fuck is Beth Short?
That's the Dahlia.
Oh, Elizabeth. Yeah, sorry. 3 days later, a suspicious manila envelope was discovered addressed to the Los Angeles Examiner and the other Los Angeles papers, with individual words that had been cut and pasted from newspaper clippings. Additionally, a large mesh on the face of the envelope read, "Here is Dali's belongings, letter to follow." The envelope contained Short's birth certificate, business cards, photographs, names written on piece of paper, and an address book with the name Mark Hansen embossed on the cover. The packet had been carefully cleaned with gasoline similar to Short's body, which led police to suspect the packet had been sent directly by our killer. Despite efforts to clean the packet, several partial fingerprints were lifted from the envelope and sent to the FBI for testing. However, the prints were compromised in transit and thus could not be properly analyzed. The same day the packet was received by the Examiner, a handbag and a black suede shoe were reported to have been seen on top of a garbage can in an alley a short distance from the Norton Avenue, 2 miles, 3 kilometers from the crime scene. The items were recovered by police, but had also been wiped clean with gasoline, destroying any fingerprints. On March 14th, an apparent self-deletion note scrawled on a pencil on a piece of paper was found tucked in a shoe in a pile of men's clothing by an ocean's edge at the foot of Breeze Avenue in Venice. The note read, "To whom may concern, I've waited for the police to capture me for the Black Dahlia killing, but have not. I'm too much of a coward to turn myself in, so this is my best way out for me. I couldn't help myself for this. Sorry, Mary." Pile clothing was first seen by a beach caretaker who reported the discovery to lifeguard Captain John Dillon. Dillon immediately notified Captain Ellie Christensen of West LA Police Station. The clothes included a coat and trousers of blue herringbone tweed, a brown white t-shirt, white jockey shorts, 10 socks, and 10 Caucasian leisure shocks, size about 8. Clothes gave no clue about the identity of their owner. Police quickly deemed Mark Hansen, the owner of the address book found in the packet, a suspect. Hansen was a wealthy local nightclub and theater owner and an acquaintance at whose home Short had stayed with friends. According to some sources, Hansen also confirmed that the purse and the shoe discovered in the alley were in fact Short's. Ann Toth, Short's friend and roommate, told investigators that Short had recently rejected sexual advances from Hansen and suggested it as a potential motive for him to kill her. However, Hansen was cleared of suspicion in the case. In addition, Hansen, the LAPD interviewed over 150 men in ensuing weeks who they believed to be potential suspects. Robert Manley, who had been one of the last people to see Short alive, was also investigated, but was cleared of suspicion after passing numerous polygraph examinations. Police also interviewed several persons found listed in Hansen's address book, including Martin Lewis, who had been an acquaintance of Short's. Lewis was able to provide an alibi for the date of Short's murder, and he was in Portland, Oregon, visiting his dying father-in-law. A total of 750 investigators from LAPD and other departments worked in the Short case during this initial stages, including 400 sheriff deputies and 250 California State Patrol officers. Various locations were searched for potential evidence, including storm drains through LA, abandoned structures on various sites along the LA River, but the searches yielded no further evidence. LA City Councilman Lord G. Davis posted the $10,000 equivalent to $144,188 in 2025 money reward for information leading to Short's killer. After the announcement of the award, various persons came forward with confessions, most of which police dismissed as false. Several of the false confessors were charged with obstruction of justice. So we know from the there's definitely LAPD who were like, this motherfucker done it.
Well, the weird thing is, so obviously, so this Mark Hansen kind of sounds to me like, that thing's bullshit. Like if he's, he denied it. Anybody, I'm not anybody. I don't know. I assume lie detector test polygraphs were probably less accurate back then, but then they gave him the truth serum, sodium pentothal, which I hear that's pretty foolproof. But I don't know. Yeah, it definitely seems fishy. It definitely seems fishy. Like police weren't really trying to solve this crime, or maybe they were protecting.
Yeah, they might have been trying to cover it up.
Maybe a police officer was the killer. Like, could be one of those things. I don't know. The whole thing's crazy.
No, this Hansen dude is not a police officer. That I got that mixed up earlier on.
No. I'm talking about the Mark Hansen, whose name was in the book that was sent in the manila envelope.
Yeah.
Not the detective Harry Hansen. So they said he was the main suspect. And did they just get that name out of the phone book, or was he supposedly saying he was the killer? I'm kind of confused on that. We were reading that.
Yeah, so basically, like they said they got sent this thing, and it was like, where is it? It was discovered Los Angeles individual. So it's basically it had a words that had been cut and pasted like from the newspaper thing. So they cut out words from the newspaper and then paste them on a piece of paper. A large message tape said, "Here's Dahlia's belongings. Let the following." The envelope contained Short's birth certificate, business cards, photographs, names written on pieces of paper, and an address book with the name Mark Hansen embossed on the cover. Right. So if Mark Hansen is the dude that did this,
why would he? Unless he wanted to get caught. Why would he put his name? Well, yeah, leave his name right there on the cover. So it sounds like somebody else, maybe possibly the actual killer, sent that in, claiming you wanted to be caught, but was too much of a coward. Right? I don't know. It just it seemed. You get what I'm
Sounds like a
saying?
cover up.
Yeah, it just sounds crazy. It just sounds crazy.
Why does it sound like a cover up?
Well, you
Well,
got
they found the
detectives
person
that
cut in
were charged.
half. I mean, what the?
You got detectives that were charged, right? With what was it, mishandling
Yeah.
evidence or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
like that was like the example where it's like there was like partial prints, but because of the transportation, they weren't careful enough and they lost the print.
I mean, it
What
could
better way to
happen.
get somebody else?
I guess it's
Look at all
possible.
the money and the power that those people had. The people out there in Hollywood. They were, I mean, rich.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just
Yeah,
want
but
to
I
give a
don't think
shout out to dogs in chat. Appreciate you dogs for the $10 on the Ko-Fi. My man. My motherfucking man. But wait, you send me a link?
Me? Yeah, there's a picture. If it opens right. I'm looking up some stuff too.
So she wasn't actually an actress, right? She was like an inspiring actress.
Yeah, they say she
Yeah.
Right. So
what was
I
with
don't see
lighting
why
a candle and
Hollywood,
letting the damn wax go in her mouth. What was that all about?
the wax in her mouth.
Yeah, they said she would take a candle, let it drip on her teeth or something.
Yeah, people did that when they had bad teeth.
Oh,
Back
okay.
then, I had an aunt that died when I was in third grade. A great aunt. When I was in third grade, she died at the age of like 91, and she used to put wax in her teeth because it'll fill it in enough that sometimes it can protect the nerves so you don't feel the pain.
Okay.
Yeah, bad teeth. So it was a thing.
Well, it was 1940s too. I mean, it wasn't exactly.
Yeah, she used to. My aunt used to crazy glue teeth back in too. I swear to God.
Wow.
And they'd stay in for a long time too, because you didn't want to go to a dentist and spend money.
Yeah, I need like 20,000 myself cash. Dentist
So
ain't cheap.
Hanson's friend, movie player Ann Toth, lived with him at the house on Carlos Avenue. And her friend, the roommate Marjorie Graham, moved out of the they stayed with downtown Los Angeles. Musician Steve Zaid let them stay at the home Winter Road. But eventually took them to Hollywood and introduced them to Mark Hansen. He told Hansen he didn't have enough room in his place and asked if Mark to put them up his home. Hansen agreed. They moved into the Carlos house. They stayed perhaps a week or 10 days, something like that. Hansen said after a while he asked them to leave because this Graham girl, she was inclined to be liquored up and they didn't like that at all. And this short girl, she'd always some undesirable looking character waiting for her outside and bringing her home. And said, well, Marjorie drank up all of Mark's liquor, so he kicked her out. So Betty went too. I don't blame him. After they left, Hansen said he believed they moved into the Guardian arms of Bill Robinson and Marvin Margolis.
So he kicked Beth Short out also, right? That's what they're saying? Or he claims.
Yeah, so it's like Anne was basically saying, and sometimes you can trust a woman's tuition in this, that like Hansen really liked her and had a yen for her, or a yearn.
Right.
I don't know
Made
what to put it.
advances towards her and
But when the police interviewed him, he acted as if he had no interest in her whatsoever.
yeah. And if you really wanted her that bad, why would he kick her out? When he, you have the woman that you're so obsessed with living in your house, why would you kick her out?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit going on.
A lot of weird shit. Yep. But why did they cut her in half, man? What the hell was that about?
That sounds like serial killer shit to me.
It almost sounds like the Zodiac, that was out there.
Yeah, and he was big on sending stuff to the press,
Yep.
taunting them and stuff like that.
They never called him, did they?
I thought I forget where I heard it. I thought that they confirmed now it was who they thought it was, but he's already dead. I could be wrong on
Look
that.
it up.
They were talking about it at work, like I don't know, a while back. I don't know if you ever seen the movie with
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal. So
Yeah.
that guy that worked in like the factory that played the barber in Gran Torino.
Yes.
That guy, whoever that guy was, I forget his name. But from what I understand, they somehow confirmed through, I don't know, DNA. He's been dead a long time. That it was indeed.
It was
him.
his name was the machinist guy you're talking about, Arthur Lay, or Arthur Lay Allen.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they
Confirmed with DNA.
They confirmed that it was him. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this whole thing it definitely sounds like serial killer shit to me.
No, he said it was they excluded him by DNA and fingerprint evidence in the early 2000s.
I thought I heard this is more recently that they found that they found the
Found some more something.
I could be wrong. I remember stupid shit sometimes.
Well, I do too. I just got random shit running around up there.
you know.
Well, he did it. I was trying to see how old he would have been for real. And he did it in the 60s, so he wouldn't have been that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's say
could have been around, and he might have did that. That's what I'm thinking. That's been running through my mind really since we started talking about this. Two things: the Battle of L.A. and the Zodiac.
It's just pretty crazy how they can dig up a corpse where it's basically just bones left now and extract enough DNA to get a positive. It's technology is crazy. They're solving.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? If you're this Hansen character and you're obsessed with this bitch, and like you know that she's constantly going out late at night and then like driving off with these guys, or you hear the horn and then she goes running downstairs and all that kind of shit, and you're obsessed with this bitch, that shit would drive you insane.
Agreed.
It would really piss you off. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd be like, bitch, get the fuck out of my house. Do you know what I mean? So that explains, I think, why he was like, get the fuck out of the house. Do you know what I mean?
Doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily mean he didn't kill her. But I don't know. I've heard that sodium pentothal it works really well. Like I got I have someone in my family that was a detective, and he said if anybody tells you a polygraph test is 90% accurate, they're full of shit. He said they're about 50-50. He said they're about 50.
Those work off of a heart rate and stuff like that, don't they?
I
Pretty
think
much.
so. He said that there's even the best polygraph examiner. He said it doesn't. He said they're 50-50 at best. They'll tell you they're 90%, 99%. But I don't know. I'm not an expert on sodium pentothal, but military has been using that for a long time. CIA, and basically if you get so messed up on that, you're gonna give up any information that's in your brain and not even realize it. So, but who knows? We'll never know.
What made you look at this, Terry?
I was thinking about like scoping out a plan. So it's basically like because like I was saying, it was the ghosts stuff that we were talking about the other day. We kind of get involved in like the videos. This is kind of more text because it's like 1947, all this kind of stuff. So I want to kind of give myself kind of challenge in terms of that aspect, like pulling like the Wikipedia and all this kind of shit. And then like I said, I'm kind of testing things out in terms of the open panel or the kind of back and forth, see with that. But then also, like I said, if it's ghost videos, a lot of it is probably going to be more videos side as well. But I want to be able to test it on the solo aspect as well. But at the moment, just kind of throwing spaghetti, see what sticks, if you get me.
Oh, so you did like a paranormal thing, watching like those ghost videos? I must have missed
But like
that
not
one.
only supernatural, but then also like detective, because I want to approach the, like, rather than just kind of pulling up like random ghost videos and just kind of going woo, like like I kind of want to approach it from like that or to be kind of like the like what could explain this?
Do you
know what I
believe in ghosts? Do you believe in spirits? I'm just curious.
There is like the non-physical exists. Like when you think of like if you cut off your arm, you are still you. You know what I mean? But if we went like subatomic, at what point would you no longer be you?
Yeah.
If we were just slowly able to replace all, because technically you replace all your cells in your body and all this kind of shit, but there's something that's holding quote unquote you together. You know what I mean? But I need to set the new.
I got an interesting. I was always a big skeptic, all that shit. That was a bunch of bullshit. My first house I bought in Philadelphia, it was built in the early 1900s. Moved in, my kid's mom. It was in October. Around Christmas time, we put the tree up, and we noticed lights on the tree were going on and off. And then these other lights behind us, the windows that overlook the street, were doing the same thing. And my girlfriend goes, "Turn them back on." They went on. We're like, "Get the fuck out of here." And she says, "Turn them back off." They go off. Okay. Then we notice, we leave the room, ornaments on the Christmas tree were being rearranged. And then I noticed it was only the ones that were the lower ones, up to about maybe 3.5, 4 feet high. Then everything stopped after Christmas. It was around Valentine's Day. My mom got us this knick-knack. It was like the heavy resin, almost feels like stone. It was 2 bears with the heart-shaped mirror in the center. It said, "I love you." It was on top of the radiator cover in front of my house. We got into a bad argument. It was the first bad argument we ever got into. So I sleep on the couch. She's like, "I'm going to bed." I finally wake up like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock on the couch. I get into bed. We wake up, and that little statue thing was in the bed with us. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm thinking like there's a ghost of a spirit of a kid in the house, and it didn't like us fighting. So I asked the landlord, I said, "If anybody ever died in here?" And his wife was with them, and they looked at each other. I'm like, "What?" And he says, "Well," he's like, "Yeah, but it was a kid, and they died of tuberculosis in the house." I'm like, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." And there was no way I could explain any of this stuff logically. Like, my doors were locked. Nobody would come in and move that thing and put it in the bed with us. But it was like I never felt anything that like freaked me out or anything like evil. It just I can't explain it. It was pretty freaking weird.
Yeah, I think he's just basically giving a rendition of his ghost story. But real quick, we got to play the Andrew clip again.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. Welcome back, dogs.
Oh man.
Dogs.
Sometimes I just gotta be like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Yeah, we went off the rails.
Like, no. Like, what the fuck? Come on. Like, really? You think like the right to judge somebody on your own apparatus of how you view things is your own right, right? That's what you view?
Me?
Just in general, anybody. Like, this is where we're going. Like, that's the whole concept here.
How?
How? You saw something that you wanted, right? Correct?
What's that?
It was your own perspective and your own viewpoint, correct?
Me and somebody I was with at the time. That
But
we could
hold on here. If you were somebody else, but your friend and whatever, wouldn't you still agree with them? Correct.
No, I'm kind of the person like unless it was like my best
So
friend.
you wouldn't agree with your friend.
I have to see it. I have to see it for myself.
Okay.
I kind of have to see it for myself with stuff
But
like
at the
that.
same time, if a friend brings you a point that you realize and you go, wait, this is maybe I am. Would that be wrong?
Maybe I am what?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just
real quick.
Listen,
Just want to shout out.
pushing the point.
Just want to shout out for
Sorry.
William. What are we reading? This was linked to me by our boy Crazy here. This is the dude Mark Hansen, right? This is the suspect. And why is it so suspect? All this kind of shit. Because the fucking book of this dude with this dude's name embossed in the fucking cover was sent to the police. You know what I mean? So either some dude's trying to set him up.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's why I was like, this is why, like, we're like
you got a question with the reality.
That's all we were talking about. Maybe somebody was setting somebody up. Somebody knew somebody. Something happened there.
But then this dude got shot by some bitch named Lola Titus, who was also known as Beverly Alice Bennett, or the Lady in Gold, right? 25-year-old blonde taxi dancer.
Question the reality of what you.
She said, I made up my mind that he was either going to love me, marry me, or take care of me, or is going to kill him. In the DA investigation, Lola was described as friend of short, never thoroughly quizzed.
I think there's some pictures of her and Short together somewhere in that. I looked at a bunch of them. I've seen some video pretty fast.
Well, what my question is here is like, why would you think that somebody that is claiming these actions is
Two girls on the beach
without actual true proof? That was my question.
Yeah, I don't assume any of it. But I'm just saying it just sounds weird. It sounds bizarre.
Yeah, assumptions versus reality. That's where I'm going. Again.
Maybe this lady shot him and prevented and saved a bunch of other women from a serial killer, you know?
Yeah, maybe she knew.
Maybe perhaps how. Well, where here does it actually state that was the case, without maybe perhaps her saying things over the large of taking advantage of somebody else? This is where I would be. I'm curious. Well, where is the actual line, and where is the actual proof and evidence and all that? Like, I'm trying to figure this out.
I'm just speculating, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
speculating, personal preference. We go here again. And like,
Yep.
so do you think no murder is a personal preference, or do you think it is a morale thing?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm going
whoever
fucking
does the
crazy
murder, it's
now.
going to be a preference. If that's
Yeah,
what you
so
mean.
basically,
Yeah,
like I said,
exactly.
we've drilled
Yeah,
on in the
there you go.
first major suspect, Mark Hansen. We're
Yeah.
following along on the case that the
Yep.
police done.
Did the police do it right, or did they do it wrong?
Well,
That I'm not trying
Well,
to.
one sec. What does that mean, dogs?
Wait,
But
okay,
did
so
she know something
now,
about him? Because she was friends with the shit.
Yeah, and the bitch, the roommate, was like, I think that this dude, Mark Hansen, did it.
Yeah.
The
And she
roommate that
took care of
stayed with Mark.
it, right? More or less.
is that right or potentially wrong? That's where I'm getting is like,
Yeah,
how
so
do
this
we
is
actually
so dogs, listen to what I'm about to say. The reason why we're bringing this up is that this dude's book, like his name engraved in the fucking cover of the book, was sent to the police. So if this dude did do it, then why the fuck did he send a book with his name on it?
Exactly.
Well, maybe hold on here. Maybe he was just putting like just so much as any social media aspiration at this point in time is I'm I'm this person. I am so pay attention to me. Maybe that's part of it because that happens and quite often in modern day person or modern day uh socialization since even I was much younger. You guys have no idea. But since I was even much younger,
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Dogs, what are you talking about?
there are
Yeah.
people who will murder or be totally against just to get a viewpoint. And they're totally fine with it, even if they
Okay,
die or
dogs,
any
listen to me. What is the contradiction I just pointed out?
what? Okay, hold on. What were you saying? Let's just verify. So
I'm testing to see if you understand what's actually being said.
well, there's lots of things being said, but I'm
Yeah, I
trying
know,
to verify as well.
Yeah, so my thing is, what is the contradiction that I pointed out?
Well, I was listening to everybody, so it's probably my problem.
Yeah, I just explained it. So
your
listen, right? So you're clearly not listening. So listen, dogs,
I've
right?
been listening.
This dude, Mark Hansen, right?
Mhm.
The roommate that stayed with him and was friends with the bitch that got murdered was like, I think this dude did it. She's fingering this dude. But the contradiction or the key thing that like makes this noteworthy is the letter that got sent to the police with Dahlia's fucking like all her like personal information, her credit cards and all this kind of shit, her birth certificate was sent with a book with this dude's name embossed on it.
Oh, that's
And even
okay.
worse,
I see what you're
even
saying.
worse,
And
there was,
and
wasn't there a
regardless,
letter?
yeah, obviously, he's a fucking piece of shit. And that's where I was going. Anyways,
But wasn't there also a letter in there saying, I want to give myself up, but I'm a coward, basically. So I'm giving you this information so they'll come and arrest me? Well, if that were the case and it was him sending that, then why would he deny it and have to be given a polygraph test and sodium pentothal? You know what I mean? It just don't make any sense.
why would he have to be a drug to prove his point? Fair.
Oh. It's just another
Like-
inconsistency. Is what I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna go out on a limb, and just speculate. This
Why?
woman who shot
Why?
him, She could have
Yeah.
sent all that stuff in. She could have sent all that stuff in to the police.
So he could deny
This
it or
lady
he
here.
could prove it as well. So like this is the unless it's proven through jujitsu meet or oh, wow.
Yeah, they're going to have a jiu-jitsu fight.
Jujitsu.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Jiu-jitsu.
A suspect and the
Yeah,
detective
Jiu-jitsu.
put on the
fuck it, I'm
jiu-jitsu
not doing
belts, have a little fight,
yeah, fuck it. I'm running.
and if you lose, you're guilty.
Justice. Justice means one thing. But at the same time, does justice mean one thing,
Dogs.
or you're just
Dogs,
taking
real talk. If you, dogs. If you have no clue what's fucking going on, why are you talking?
I'm listening.
Exactly, right?
I
So
said
this is what I'm saying. In terms of the envelope contained in the short's birth, it was like her birth certificate, business cards, photographs, names written on pieces of paper, and an address book with the name Mark Hansen embossed on the cover.
So he did it. He
Then why did he send a book with his name embossed on the fucking cover?
Because he wanted it to. He took his own weird circumstances and wanted to prove a point of his own viewpoints. And everything else he did. Like, you
Okay.
know, there's so the
Real quick, dogs. Real quick. If you killed a bitch, would you then email a letter to the cops with all that bitches, like her birth certificate, all of her like business cards, all this kind of shit, and then mail it with a book with your name embossed on it?
Would be completely different than anybody else. People have different things that they do regardless. Some people would be
Not
like,
an argument.
yeah, I'm going to prove a point and this is what I did.
Not an argument, dogs.
Whereas for
Not an
me,
argument.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
I
not
wouldn't
an
have
argument.
anything to do with that.
Not
How
an
is that
argument.
not an argument?
I'm asking
People
you
have
why.
different mentality about different things.
Yeah.
Is that
But
not
why would a rational person? Because in order to get away with a crime, you have to be a rational person.
I didn't deny that part. I
Yeah.
was saying
So
different
why would a
people have
rational
different
person?
things.
Yeah. So listen to the question. Why would a rational person send evidence like implicating themselves in the crime to the
Okay, I'm
cops?
gonna have fun with this. So what is a rational person?
Answer the question.
No, well, what is a rational person? What is your so I understand what would be your logic of a rational person.
Yeah, someone who adheres to the laws of logic, who doesn't commit contradictions, namely sending the cops evidence that you've done it.
Okay, so
there's a
through the laws
contradiction.
of logic, couldn't
Yeah, the
you,
contradiction.
Did Hanson
couldn't
send
you-
that in?
I'm pointing to the
Couldn't
contradiction.
you send the police or the like you said the lawfare wrong circumstances through
He has
your
no clue what's
reasoning
going
of
on.
logics? Like I'm just saying, like couldn't you like I don't want this.
You're not saying anything.
Even though it happened,
You're not engaging in the
I'm
point.
going to disengage in this, and I want to lead them astray. Wouldn't that still produce
You would send
loss
them
of
evidence.
logic?
Yeah, you would send them evidence of you doing the
No,
crime.
no, you wouldn't. Want
Exactly,
to
that's my point.
if
That's
you-
my point.
That's
That's my point, dogs. You would not do that if
Wait,
you are a
hold
rational
on here.
individual.
Hold on here. Hold on here. Pause just for a second. So, if you're logically speaking as a tactical person that was like, you did this, wouldn't you tactically take advantage of not telling them exactly what you did? Oh, nothing? But that's the whole point. Like tactically speaking and the analysis of what you see, you wouldn't want to do this. So as reasoning, you would say, I don't want to give them any point of this. regardless of morals, I'm not saying morally speaking. Like, I was never saying morally speaking. Morally speaking, yes, you should. But generally speaking, if you do something bad, you don't want people to know about it. And that's the general consensus at our current day and age.
So why would he send the book with his name on it and a letter saying, "I'm a coward. I did it. I'm guilty. I'm too much of a coward to turn myself in. I'm sending this in so you'll come and get me." Then they go and get him, and he denies it and passes a lie detector test and the truth serum.
Well, perhaps something
Yeah,
was
so
wrong,
dogs,
or he
dogs.
do have.
Yeah. Okay, dogs, just take 2 seconds. You've no clue what the fuck's going on. You're just, at this point, just negatively affecting conversation. We need to progress through this. So that was a separate incident. So initially, I think, what was the date? Like this was kind of like in around January or like a week after January, kind of like mid-January or late January. It was a couple of months later on March 14th, an apparent suicide note scrawled on a pen, in pencil on a piece of paper found tucked in a shoe. It was basically just a pile of clothes, men's clothes on the ocean's edge at the foot of Breeze Avenue in Venice. And this note said, "To whom may concern, I've waited for the police to capture me for Black Dahlia killing, but have not. I'm too much of a coward to turn myself in, so this is the best way out for me. I couldn't help myself for that or this. Sorry, Mary." The pile of clothing was first seen by a beach caretaker who reported discovery to lifeguard captain John Dillon. Dillon immediately notified the captain of the LAPD. The clothes included a coat and trousers of blue herringbone tweeded, a brown and white t-shirt, white jockey shorts, tan socks, and tan moccasin leisure shoes, size about A. Clothes gave no clue of the identity of the owner. So the police then quickly deemed Mark Hansen that this is him trying to get out of that.
Oh,
You know what I
okay,
mean?
so that part's mine. I thought that came with the book.
No. This was 2 separate incidents.
Right. Okay.
I never read the book. Okay, I will admit that. None of that. I'm just referring to how a regular person would react. Like, that's where I was going, and I didn't mean anything against anybody. If I sounded like I meant anything against anybody, I'm just sitting here going,
No, it's
well,
because you're talking and you don't
I
understand what's being
was
said.
in those shoes, this is what I would do.
Yeah,
So
but dogs, because
if
you have no
doing
clue what's being
that,
said.
this is what I would lead to. That's what I was saying. But okay.
Yeah, but it's because you're not listening to what anyone's saying.
I'm not listening. Okay.
No.
I thought I was listening and talking with all you, but okay.
Yeah, so anyways, then they identified Mark Hansen, the owner of the address book found in the packet, right? A suspect. Hansen was a wealthy nightclub owner, theater owner. He had acquaintance whose home Short had stayed with friends. According to some sources, Hansen also confirmed that the purse and the shoe discovered in the alley were in fact Short's.
So
Hansen
this is the problem, Terry.
identified it.
Am I listening to you or listening to what you're reading? That's the other problem. So I was trying to be good faith and like you have your viewpoint, but you're reading like literally what it says here. So
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
So
if I'm listening to a play, am I listening to the player or am I listening to the narrator of the play? That's what you just asked.
Yeah, but you're reading something. Is it a play or
this is
just
the
text on? And it could be
Yes.
text on anything. It could be text
When-
on GBT.
when
it could
someone
be text
reads something,
on
yeah.
Google. So,
Generally, yeah,
so
listening,
just because you read it, it was right.
No.
Yeah.
This is why I've been jumping back and forth between these two.
That's where yeah,
I've been saying, I've been pointing to the contradiction. That again, like I said, I keep saying you don't understand what's going on, you don't understand the conversation, but you keep just interjecting and start saying, "Well, morally," and it's like we're not having a moral conversation. This is not ethics. This is not epistemology.
So you're just
How do we
saying this
define
is what
truth?
happened?
This is not what we're
But
talking about.
that's where I'm confused. So you're just saying this is exactly what happened by just reading it. That's where I'm confused, and I don't mean anything wrong with that.
I'm saying, here's the
that's
testimony.
where
One testimony is contradicting the other testimony.
Sure, that can happen throughout anything.
So then we got this Robert Manley guy, and the only reason they cleared him of suspicion is they're saying because he passed the polygraph examination.
Yeah, Manley was the last dude to see her.
Right. So they
Where
rule
is
him
that?
out just because he passed the polygraph. At least that's what it said. That's what it's saying. Sounds like it says.
Yeah, sorry, no, sorry, yeah. He was a 25-year-old married salesman she'd been dating.
Now this Hanson guy built the Biltmore or something, didn't he? I mean, didn't
Hanson,
he?
yeah, he'd owned like theaters and shit. He was a wealthy
Yeah.
businessman.
They said he owned that one and at least 3 others. Again, he was rich, wealthy. Yeah.
Suicide note. Yeah, she cut herself in half. Oh my god.
No, like this is a suicide note that apparently the killer, the killer of Black Dahlia left, but there was no body ever found or anything like that. This is why the police then deemed, this must be Mark Hansen.
Yep.
Trying to lead us off the trail and that's kind of shit, half and led us directly to him. So is it a case that Anne's like, yeah, like she's spot on. It's like there's something fishy about this dude, and dude did end up getting shot by one of his future girls. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just kind of it does kind of seem like as soon as his name came up, they like made up their mind, sort of. That it was him.
It was probably grasping for anything. You know what I mean? Looking for a suspect.
I if I had to pick, I'd go harder on the last person that she was seen with. You know?
Yep. Was it him? I don't know. Do you know, Carriette?
Well, it's like there's a couple of ways you could break this down, because, like I said, we got Anne, who's kind of like, she literally fucking like testifies that it's like, in her opinion, I think it was this dude. You know what I mean? The Hansen dude, the business owner type guy. Right. Now you could go along the lines where he wanted to play it kind of ultra cool, where he kind of like flirts along the lines, but then also he has this whole thing of like, well, why would I send my own address book in the envelope? You know what I mean? Right. And because he's the dude that actually does that, then there's like, you can basically use that as almost like a way to get around suspicion. But he could just be doing the like that as the bait. Yeah. Or as like the excuse.
Or the actual killer could have sent that in. Or the girl who killed him, wound up killing him, sent it in.
This Antos.
There's just so many different ways you could go. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. I don't know. I'd almost have to like sit and read through all this stuff alone, and I still probably, we'll never know.
It's so damn crazy. You probably blow a vessel in your brain. I mean,
but like in both, like if the reason why I don't think it's a dude who last saw her, because the motive there would be like, okay, yeah, he was a married man, he's got a lot to lose. What if that bitch was like, I'm gonna go public and all this kind of shit? and like that could have been the cause to do it. But when you look at like if she was that kind of like if she was seeing a lot of guys and all this kind of shit, like we all know like that type of woman, she ain't telling none of the guys about nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Could have
Right.
been that they were never even close to the suspect. Could you know, if that's the case, is usually involved with that many different guys, or just using them for food, sleeping with a couple of them. I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
I read someplace, and is it she would come in no later than 11 or come back, whatever she'd been doing. And back in them days, you had to be a good girl. You know what I mean? They didn't put up with crap.
I wish I had some insight, like how trustworthy was her friend that
This Ann,
that was so no, the one that shot Mark Hansen, that was so convinced it was him. You know what I mean?
that was Ann, wasn't it?
What's that?
Yeah, that was
yeah.
Ann Toth.
Right. The one
Short's
that
friend
shot
and
Mark Hansen.
roommate told
Yeah,
investors
Mark
that
Hansen.
Short had recently rejected sexual advances from Hansen and suggested as a potential motive for him to kill her.
Right. Like how,
And she takes him out.
Yeah.
No, Ann wasn't the one that shot him.
Hmm?
It was a
What?
different bitch. Lola Titus. Beverly Alice Bennett.
Okay. Yeah. There's too many. Okay. Wait a minute. Bennett. Okay. I seen a picture of them. I really did someplace. I like pictures.
Made up in my mind you'd use either.
Bennett.
Take care of me, or I was going.
Bennett. Oh crap.
Believe all women.
Well, then on January 26th, another letter was received by Examiner, this time handwritten, which read, "Here it is, turning in Wednesday, January 29th, 10 a.m. Had my fun at police, Black Dahlia Avenger." The letter also named the location which the supposed killer would turn himself in. Police waited at the location on the morning of January 29th, but the alleged killer did not appear. Instead, at 1 p.m., the examiner officers received another cut and pasted letter which read, "Have changed my mind. You would not give me a square deal. Dahlia killing was justified."
Yeah. Justified.
They had they did do handwriting analysis back in those days?
That's probably one of the only tools they had, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I thought they did to some extent, because they were doing using handwriting analysis. Oh no, maybe that was later on. Where did you ever hear that? Who what was his name? H. Holmes, the big hotel builder. They called it the murder hotel, where he killed all these women. He was in England. He was in England at the time of the Jack the Ripper killings. He got put to death, and then I think it was years later, they did a handwriting analysis, and they were saying that it was like very similar. I'm not sure if back in 1940s they had that though. I don't know, man. This whole thing's crazy. I don't even know what I don't even know what to think.
There's a lot of information there.
So what was it saying? So she wasn't charged. This Lola Titus. They said it was self-defense.
No, it doesn't mention what happens to her, but then it does also mention that Mark Hansen did get a wife, Ida.
I heard something about. I heard something about self-defense. Maybe it was on the Wikipedia. We're like bouncing all over the place. I'm tired.
But like, it was still getting even more letters saying it's like, I'll give up on Dahlia if I get 10 years. Don't try to find me. All this kind of stuff. So, like I said, why would you continue sending the letters?
Wait a minute.
I mean, just a taunt, or it's I don't know. I mean, could be just really the actual killer.
Well, somebody did kill her, and were they playing with the police or something?
Could be it was the actual killer. It's happened before, where serial killers, usually serial killers, they just keep sending stuff to the police. It's almost like they want to get caught.
Yeah,
but don't
and
want
have their say their name and print or whatever.
Could be that too. Yeah.
Are you saying, Terry, the letters kept coming after he was taken out?
No, I'm saying it's like the letters kept coming. Like I'm trying to like put myself in the position of like this Hansen fella, where supposedly like I'm guilty of doing this. Say jealousy or spy, envy, whatever the fuck, right? I send like evidence that it's me. Let's say I'm doing this whole thing of like I want to like quote unquote sign my work or whatever, right? And then I'm sending messages like a couple of weeks later saying I'll give up on Dahlia, like I'll give up myself if you just give me 10 years. You know what I mean?
But did they confirm that it was him sending it though?
No. Like this is unsolved.
Yeah, just somebody. They don't know who. I'm sending it.
Like this is what I'm trying to do in terms of like the methodology or like the how we go about like getting answers from like testimony or testimonial evidence and all this kind of shit.
Right.
Is like the whole aspect of empathy of like trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes. And if you were the dude that like done this, then like I said, I think it makes sense for Hansen to be the dude, because why would you say, okay, give me 10 years? This is like
But did he
you
say
came
that?
into this trying to be. No, but what I'm saying is that like if Hansen was the killer, right? You
That
have
would be
to
a
then
lot
assess his actions. He starts out by like doing this whole like intricate like not I don't know if intricate, like maybe the second part with the letters on this kind of shit was intricate. Like this meticulous, like gruesome killing that must have taken like a long fucking time to do. You know what I mean? To sever the cord, like drain the blood, sever the thing, then do all this shit with the things, all this kind of shit, then pose the body. And like you've killed her in a different location, and then like you're saying like anywhere between like 10 to 12 hours, she arrives at the crime scene. You know what I mean? So like you've spent like a considerable amount of time and all this kind of shit, like making sure this is all posed in a certain way, and that's all this kind of shit. Then you send this letter with like basically I have all her personal belongings, essentially birth certificate, all this kind of shit. And then on the flip side to it, like this address book with this dude's name embossed in it, you also send this as well. Now there's one or two ways to look at that. It's either they're trying to set, whoever's done it is trying to set this Mark Hansen guy up, or it's Mark Hansen who actually done it, and he's sending in the book as kind of like a taunt or kind of like thing. It's like you like I've literally sent you my name and you're still so much of an idiot you can't catch me kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm curious to know for sure if they had handwriting analysis back then, and if they did, was it considered as admissible as evidence? Because if that were the case and they did, and it was considered admissible as evidence, they would have known for sure if it was him.
What you mean?
So
The handwriting.
yeah, if they had handwriting analysis back then, and it was considered good enough, accurate enough to be admissible as evidence, you'd think that they would have got him because they could, while he was still alive, they could look at that letter, look at that handwriting, and have him look at his handwriting and match the two. Is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Well,
Especially if you had
thank-
anything unique or I don't know, certain way you made
Basically
certain
going all by
letters.
testimony. You're basically going all by testimony. You know, they couldn't get any valid fingerprints. It's all testimony and circumstantial evidence. Really, it's a tough case. Even if the cops are doing their job to the best of their ability, you know.
Well, luckily, we have a gay rights activist to help us out.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dart Events, welcome to the show. Oh, sorry, Evans.
Well,
Hello?
okay. What's up?
Welcome in. Are you caught up or are you just joining fresh? What's the scale?
I've been watching for about 20 minutes.
Are you familiar with the Black Dahlia case?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you have any suspicions or theories?
Well, if the theory is that this was whoever did its first murder, they had a stomach for it, which I don't think that would track.
But maybe not the last murder either. Maybe.
No, I don't think it was their first murder.
The Zodiac.
I mean, it's sloppy for sure, but still, I mean, that person killed somebody beforehand, in my opinion.
You would think to cut somebody in two pieces, you would really hate them or something. Either you knew them and hated them, or you wanted to do it just because.
You almost have to have done it before, right? Like cutting through a spinal cord and all of that is that's pretty serious.
Yeah.
But I mean, like walking into a school and like pew-pewing a bunch of kids, like that's pretty horrific. But I wouldn't say they necessarily have to do the horrific act before. If you get me.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand what you're saying in terms of the mechanics.
That got kind of personal,
like,
didn't it?
Yeah, you gotta have like some sort of experience in like cutting up at least an animal carcass, at least. You know.
For sure.
Yeah,
definitely could be 100.
Could be it was their first killing, and it was out of passion. They were obsessed with her, but you would think that they'd have to have some like medical experience, or I mean, it's a lot of work, and it sounds like it was really clean.
Well, it was in 47, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when people had to do a lot of physical labor, so I didn't think about that aspect.
But even like when you look like the fact that she's an exsanguinated, fucking was it like the Glasgow smile, like the like basically sliced up the face, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is excessively brutal. I don't know if that means personal though.
Because like that's why I bring up the whole thing of like the letter that says like I will give up Dahlia killing if I get 10 years. Like that to me is kind of one of these aspects where it might not necessarily have it might have actually been the first one because you could see the kind of the mental drain. Like if it is going to be
don't
this,
try to find me.
Yeah.
Fair point.
But sure. He said Hanson's name was stamped on the damn book or whatever.
Yeah, so that was
But then there it says, "Don't try to find me." I mean, what the hell?
Or it could just be a letter they wrote to throw the police off.
Yep.
I mean,
If he didn't do it, I think somebody else, the real killer, sent it in.
somebody in that state of mind, any way you slice it, no pun intended, to do that. I mean, obviously they were. I mean, I don't like the term psychopath, but it was obviously well thought out. They had some measure of intelligence, you know.
Right. Yep. They didn't catch him.
Yeah, exactly. I think today they would have been caught. Something happened today. If they did this today.
Sure.
Yeah, they would have had some kind of DNA, something. As much time as they took to do that.
I don't know, but I'm gonna check on out of here. This was an interesting one. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me
thanks
up.
for stopping by.
And
Yeah.
I'll be back again. And rest of you guys, have a good night, man.
You too. Good talking to you.
Yep. Take it easy.
You too, sir. You too. William saying, play the shower clip. We need to get the donations, chat.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. We don't run ads. It's fan funded. You know what I'm saying? Just think about the Jews.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. No, sirree. But like, this is what I'm saying in terms of the. Like, if we're to say this dude is a psychopath, like, what kind of psychopath saying like, oh, I'll turn myself in if you give me 10 years?
Was he playing another game? Hell, it could have been a she that did it.
He could be being pinched by somebody though too.
Could be more. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Could be pinched by somebody like somebody powerful is like, hey, take the fall for this.
Yeah, some of those people had a lot of money, very wealthy. Hanson was definitely wealthy. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
What if he didn't like to hear the word new? You can't do that. Can't have that. I bet he didn't hear that much.
Well, as a successful businessman as well, like seeing her with like if
That's
you're an
what I mean. He was
eligible
so
businessman,
powerful.
I was kind of and
He's
then
wealthy.
seeing her with like basically cheating with a husband. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's a mind effer. That's what it is.
Could this possibly be evidence of human trafficking before they were really tracking that?
Could be.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that's like the darkest road. But it is one that exists.
Yeah, the road they took was really dark. Really.
But like, am I thinking that it's like you must have had so much like built up rage? It's like that's what I'm pointing out with like the mentality of like the quote unquote killer here, where it's like you're starting off so extreme and like psychopathic, but then, like I said, you're doing the shit. It's like if you give me 10 years, then I'll put myself in, as if like the killer's actually like fucking like the murder's like weighing on their soul, and they want to get it off their chest, but they don't want to get the death penalty. That to me, you're in that kind of mindset where it's like you're not this kind of like sociopath, like no emotions, no feeling or whatever. It's like you know that this is weighing on your soul kind of thing. You know?
For sure, maybe.
And if that is the whole thing of like, why is it so extreme on the with the body? Is that maybe it was like so much built up rage, which would explain the whole kind of like back end from Mark Hansen, because she stayed there, or like he was like aware of the whole situation for multiple things, and the fact that he kind of like brushed it off and says, nah, like she's not even attractive, not even sexy, kind of like a nice girl. But he's also telling them that like, yeah, she's like meeting up with all these guys or whatever. I've seen her kind of like leave the house and all this kind of shit.
So I don't know the research on this, but I do watch a lot of things on this, and I don't think a first time killing is normally dismemberment like that, or even the third. It's like something out of rage is usually like they stabbed somebody 72 times.
So then when we go to suspects and confessions, the notoriety of Short's murder has spurred a large number of confessions over the years, many of which have been deemed false. During the initial investigation, police received a total of 60 confessions, most made by men. Since that time, over 500 people confessed to the crime, some of whom did not even had not even been born at the time of her death. Holy shit. Sergeant John P. St. John, an LAPD detective who worked in the case until his retirement, stated, "It's amazing how many people offer up a relative as the killer." God damn, bunch of rats. In in 2003, Ralph Asdell, one of the original detectives on the case, told the Times that he believed that he'd interviewed Short's killer, a man who had been seen with his sedan parked near the crime scene in the early morning hours of January 15, 1947. A neighbor driving by that day stopped to dispose of a bag of lawn clippings in a lot when he saw a parked sedan, allegedly with its right rear door open. The driver of the sedan was standing in the lot. His arrival apparently startled the owner of the sedan, who approached his car and peered in the window before returning to the sedan and driving away. The owner of the sedan was followed to a local restaurant where he worked, but he was ultimately cleared of suspicion.
What was his name?
I don't think we got a name to him.
Walter Bailey. That was the doctor. What the?
Dennis McKellen, I think. Oh, no,
I wonder if there's a phenomenon of all the serial killings, or let's just say murders in American history of that time, where all of a sudden it was popular. So everybody wanted to their claim to fame, even though they didn't have the stones to actually do it. Not that I'm saying anybody should. I'm just kind of whack to claim that, especially when you weren't even born.
But people do all sorts. But like, I think even in terms of some of these confessions, you'd be like, oh, like they tried to get me to help them, and like that's why I'm coming clean. But like realistically, it's like I just want to see my fucking my cousin or my Bob fucking locked up. I mean, I need to get this cunt out of the house. So, you know what I mean? I'm going to do like a false confession, or often the time, I think there's like a prize, not a prize or a reward that was sent out saying that like if you had any information, I think the equivalent amount would be in like today's money, it's like $100,000. So for $100,000, I mean, you get this cunt out of the house and you make $100,000 in the process.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of rats out there, you know. But in terms of the suspects, there was a Dr. Walter Bailey. But there's basically a list there. Although he was never formally charged with the crime, George Hodel came to wider attention after his death when he was accused by his son. LAPD homicide detective Steve Hodel of killing Short and committing several additional murders prior to the. Then this goes with your theory, Gareth.
Yep, I was reading about this while you guys were talking about it before I hopped on.
Prior to the Dahlia case, George Hosen was suspected but not charged in the death of his secretary. What? Ruth
I'm reading it now.
Spalding and was accused of raping his own daughter. Tamar acquitted. Hodel fled the country several times and lived in the Philippines. Holy shit! We were going to execute poor fucking Hansen here. This dude's way more fishy.
Yeah,
I'm free to get to it. I was being patient.
And he's a doctor too, man. Who better to cut somebody up?
Well, and like I was saying before, usually crimes of passion or rage is like you stab somebody a shit ton of times, like 72 times. You don't gut them.
He does kind of have those weird fucking eyes, man. I mean, I'm just saying. I would say a weird mustache, but everyone had weird mustaches around the 1940s. All we have to do is look at the Austrian.
Especially then.
Damn, there's a letter in.
It's got to be something that he said about your son saying that.
Yeah, and like the dude literally trained to be a surgeon. He was a physician, but he was like also like he did know. He was like trained at least in terms of surgery. So it's not like he has zero experience.
Well, what was the head injury called again? Could that be caused by like fear? You know, like if you're scared to death, which it's rare, but it can happen.
I think it's called cerebral hemorrhage. Yeah.
I'll put another link back there, Terry, for you. It's a photocopy of a letter. Yeah, that's it. Dude up there is supposed. This was his letter about the doctor. From what I can make of it. Sloppy handwriting. George Hodell's booking photo for incest. There's got to be a better letter than this. A copy of it. Somebody had to type this thing up or something.
I was on mute. Fuck. Basically, what I was saying is that like when you look at like for example like the patterns of the T. Right, can I zoom in even quicker?
Mm-hmm.
This number 4 here is this is the number 4 letter where it's like it names it's like naming George Hodel as the thing, right? That was all written by apparently the same one, and then you have like that's the first one. Sorry, wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. But 1, 2.
Who is Mr. Glenn Martin here?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Because I want to see the letter that was sent to the agents or the newspaper. And then, like I said, man, like in 2003, it was revealed notes from the 1945 grand jury report and investigators had wiretapped George Hold's home and obtained record conversation of him with an unidentified visitor saying, "Supposing I did kill Black Dahlia, they couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary because she's dead. They thought there was something fishy. Anyway, now they may have figured it out. Killed her. Maybe I did kill my secretary." Why the fuck was this dude not the first dude we looked into?
I don't know. Shit.
Because like that's the counter to my whole thing where it's like the built up like from the Hansen position where it's like the built up rage, resentment, all that kind of shit. Like to do that much damage to the body, like you'd still have like some sort of attachment to like the image of the individual. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's good. For sure.
You know, and like with like a doctor and all this kind of shit, it's especially with training with surgery, it's like you have to like desensitize yourself, you know?
Oh, damn, that is so creepy.
Yeah.
Damn, I just got a chill from that.
But even like it's the same thing with butchers.
Mm-hmm. The detachment, yeah. Whew.
Wait, hang on a second. Then you have this Janice Knowlton, who was aged 10 at the time of Short's murder, claimed that she witnessed her father, George Knowlton, beat Short to death with a claw hammer in the detached garage of her family's home in Westminster. She also published a book titled Daddy Was the Black Dahlia Killer in 1995, which she made additional claims her father essayed her. The book was condemned as trash by Knowlton's stepsister, Jolene Emerson, who stated she believed it, but it wasn't reality. I know because I lived with her father for 16 years. Additionally, St. John told the Times that Knowlton's claim were not consistent with the facts of the case. Makes sense. And then in 2017, the book Black Dahlia, Red Rose by Pew Atwell focuses on Leslie Dillon Bellhop, who was a former mortician's assistant. His associates Mark Hansen and Jeff Connors and Sergeant Finis Brown, a lead detective who had links to Hansen and was allegedly corrupt. Eatwell posits that Short was murdered because she knew too much about the men's involvement in a scheme for robbing hotels. He further suggests that Short was killed at the Astor Motel in Los Angeles, where the owners reported finding one of their rooms covered in blood and fecal matter on the morning Short's body was found. The Examiner stated that in 1949, LAPD Chief William A. Wharton denied that the Astor Motel had anything to do with the case, although its rival newspaper, Los Angeles Herald, claimed the murder took place there.
I'll put
damn.
I'll put another link.
Paragraph.
I'll put another link with the Hansen letters, I think.
Oh shit. Before we get into that though, like I said, before we get into the handwriting analysis, we do need to go on a grift break. Okay? But every single paragraph, this is like the juiciest part of the Wikipedia article as well, man. Every single paragraph we're reading, it's like, wait, no, this dude must have fucking done it. You know what I mean?
Very much so.
But like I said, we need to go on the grift break, so I got to put down the curtains.
through the static and the satellite haze. Truth on the dash, ghosts in the maze. Whispers in the wires, names in the code. We're digging through the secrets they never show. There's a riddle in the dark and a trail in the dust. If you follow the facts, you gotta question who to trust. Jump in the van, let's ride through the shadows where the truth can hide. Every file's got a story to tell, from the CI halls to a UFO shell. Yeah, the mystery van is alive, tearing through the smoke of another lie. If you've got the nerve, come take a drive into the mystery van file. They say curiosity kills the cat, but that's just what they want you to think. Lock in, truth seekers. The case is open. Static and the satellite haze. Truth on the dash, ghosts in the maze. Whispers in the wires, names in the code. We're digging through the secrets they never show. There's a riddle in the dark and a trail in the dust. If you follow the facts, you gotta question who to trust. Jump in the van, let's ride through the shadows where the truth can hide. Every file's got a story to tell, from the CI halls to a UFO shell. Yeah, the mystery van is alive, tearing through the smoke of another lie. If you've got the nerve, come take a drive into the mystery van file. They say curiosity kills the cat, but that's just what they want you to think. Lock in, truth seekers. The case is open. Static and the satellite haze. Truth on the dash, ghosts in the maze. Whispers in the wire, just if you follow the facts, you gotta question who to trust. Jump in the van, let's ride through the shadows where the truth can't hide. Every file's got a story to tell, from the CIA halls to a UFO shell. Yeah, the mystery van is alive, tearing through the smoke of another lie. If you've got the nerve, come take a drive into the mystery van file. They say curiosity kills the cat, but that's just what they want you to think. Lock in, truth seekers. The case is open.
My man Dogs. First of all, he hit us with the $5 super chat. Says enjoy. I would keep going if I could. And then he hit us with a $10 Ko-Fi. Says net broke. See you VK in a week. Hope you see you then. $10. Appreciate you, Connie. Let me give you a little shred and clear for that one. My motherfucking man, appreciate you kindly, Dogs. Just catch up in chat as well. We got Jack saying, I have enough for my food, that's it. But Jack, that's what I'm saying. You can't get blood out of a stone. You know what I mean? So in terms of, like, it's always appreciated and never expected. You know what I mean? Just because we grift hard doesn't mean that, like, you big ego motherfuckers thinking everything's about you, okay? Sometimes we're not grifting to you, okay? I kid. Well, appreciate you kindly, folks. But like I said, if it is a thing of like fucking taking food off your own plate, don't be doing any of that shit. You know what I mean? Disposable income only. But crazy, talk me through this. This is the link you sent me just before the break.
Can I show you guys something real quick?
Yeah, of course. No way. No way. Of course. It was Darth all along. He killed that bitch 70 years ago, 80 years ago at this stage. And then he played the long game for 80 years. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But while we wait for Crazy to get back, I think, for the bathroom, we got to play a premium meme. And we all know Dog's favorite premium meme is the Andrew Wilson one.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. Crazy, you back?
Yeah, I was back a minute ago. I was talking on mute. It always works out well.
Yep. I know exactly how you feel, Crazy. I know
Yep.
exactly how you feel. But my first question for this document is, why is the title Awesome Stories? This bitch got like cut in half, bro.
Yeah, I was thinking
That is
too.
bad branding right there.
I don't. You have to be a student to open some of those. I don't.
Yeah,
It's,
it's like a lot of it's like hid behind fucking like government shit and all that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, it pissed me off after I got digging. I started to open them. I was like, oh god. It might be not a good link, but I've seen the envelopes and with the postmarks on and stuff. Do you see that?
Yeah, like the one sec, I'll be able to scroll down to it. I'm going to go through the text as well because it seems like it gives kind of like a nice little kind of summary in terms of like the suspects that at least at this time they had. So, as the process to identify the killer of Elizabeth Shore continued, her family appeared at court. This image depicts the court scene with Elizabeth's sister and brother-in-law at the far right, and her mother in the middle, wearing a hat. Must have been a supporter of Trump, the brother-in-law, if he was far right. Image online via the Los Angeles Public Library. At the request, Detective Lieutenant Jesse Haskins described the condition of the body where he first arrived on the scene. The body was laying on the head towards the north, feet towards the south. Left leg was 5 inches west of the sidewalk. The body was lying face up, and the severed part was jogged over about 10 inches, the upper half from the body from the lower half. There was a tire track right against the curbing, and there was what appeared to be impossible bloody heel mark at the tire mark. And on the curbing, which is very low, there was one spot of blood, and there was an empty paper cement sack lying in the driveway. It also was a spot of blood on it, being brought there from the other location. So wait, paper cement sack. So this is why they were kind of saying in terms of construction sites and all this kind of stuff. It'd been brought there from some other location. The body was clean and appeared to have been washed. The coroner, Dr. Frederick D. Newbar, told the inquest jury that Elizabeth died on the 14th or 15th of January. He explained the cause of death. Found that the real cause of death was a hemorrhage and shock due to blows to the head, blows on the head and face. Police were convinced that someone with medical training was involved, either before or after the murder, according to an FBI letter dated February 25th, 1947. The manner in which Elizabeth Shore's body was dissected has indicated the possibility that the murder was a person of somewhat experienced in the medical work. The Los Angeles Police Department has undertaken to develop suspects among the medical and dental schools in the area, as well as among other students who have anything to do with human anatomy. Complying with the police request, USC sent names of students as evidence by the FBI's letter of March 6. References made to letter 25th February 1947 submitted listed bearing names. And they basically said no identification of students. They're like, yeah, cool. The first suspect arrested for the murder of Elizabeth Shore wasn't a medical student. He was Robert Red Manley. But his alibi for the 14th and 15th of January and his lie detector tests, there were two, caused the police to let him go. Waiting to testify at the inquest, Manley, together with his wife and father, were in the same room as Elizabeth's mother, sister, and the sister and sister's husband, Adrian West, a Berkeley professor. Mark Hansen, who owned the Florentine Gardens and in whose home Elizabeth had stayed, become a suspect when someone, presumably the murderer, sent a package of Short's personal effects to the examiner. Among other items, including Short's birth certificate, was an address book. It had Mark Hansen's name on the cover. Now, here's what I was thinking about in the interlude as well, where if Elizabeth like had his address book for whatever reason, you know what I mean? Because like you don't necessarily want to get with him, but if he's a wealthy dude, he's gonna have wealthy friends. You steal his address book. Now you basically have a Rolodex of wealthy men that you can exploit. You can lead on, get them to pay for your meals, and all this kind of shit. That would explain why she would have had his address book without him actually being the murderer. What are your thoughts, gentlemen, so far?
It tracks. Your thought process is tracking.
I was getting more into George Hodel, and that rabbit hole is crazy.
The doctor?
It makes everybody else look innocent. Because what I was looking at is he ended up fleeing the country in 1950 after being in, and going to the Philippines, and there are murders that kind of track. Because I was looking at like murders that people were dismembered, and there was some he is suspected of in the Philippines.
And like there's another bit as well in that Wikipedia article, but I'm going to keep going down through this because, like I said, it kind of like lets us kind of like eliminate the at least the initial suspects, at least in terms of that aspect. Because even Elizabeth's father, Cleo Short, was evaluated as a potential suspect. In 1943, he had sent money to his daughter so that she could be with him in Vallejo, California. Their reunion was short-lived, and soon thereafter, Elizabeth found a job at Camp Cookie, or Cook PX. A significant portion of that base was transferred from the Army to the Air Force in late 1956 to be used as a missile launch training facility, now called the Vandenberg Air Force Base. While at Camp Cook, Elizabeth's good luck earned her the nickname Camp Cutie. Oh shit. This one time at summer camp, by June, the police had processed and eliminated a list of 75 subjects. People sent tips to the police, mostly were completely off the mark. Folks also sent messages to news media and to the district attorney. The case remained unsolved. By December of the following year, investigators had considered a total of 192 suspects. By 1949, with the case still open, the grand jury, which included Gladys Little, seated second founder of Hollywood Conservative Music and Arts, was convened to investigate both the murder and the possibility of police corruption and their cover-up. Although jurors did not indict anyone for Elizabeth's murder, the 1949 grand jury report found deplorable conditions indicating corrupt practices and misconduct by some members of law enforcement agencies in the county, alarming increase in the number of unsolved murders, jurisdiction disputes, and jealousies among law enforcement agencies. So this is basically kind of saying it's like some of these guys might have been on the take.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So they ain't 100%. They ain't legit. You know? Well, at least not necessarily. You know what I mean? Man, those were the days when you're up to smoke inside. Beef, I've heard it.
I miss those days.
They were good times. They were good times. But I'm going to pull up. This is like an example of the letter. This is what the letter would have looked like. This is the Hollywood bitch. Apparently she was important or whatever.
Those are the letters, I believe. Copies of
I
them.
think handwriting different. Because I was looking at that too.
Because this is the I don't know if this would have been the actual handwriting though. Like this could have been the dude hands him the envelope and says, "Oh, can you just write the date on that?" But that's what it would have looked like. Basically, newspaper snippets. Obviously, put the date in it. Then go slow. Mankiler says, "Black Dahlia case." You know what I mean? And then this one is like wants to make terms, so he's cracking apparently.
That would have been the 10 years probably.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think that was 10 years. Well, maybe. Actually makes sense, yeah. But that's what the outside of the envelope would look like. So you see like no handwriting, all this kind of shit, which is why I'm a bit sus off this writing. Yeah. But then like I think this is a fake one. Wait, like it seems like a meme, you know what I mean? But in terms of like the like that as a whole, I think it basically should give us back or get us back to where we're at here, where it was basically getting spicy with the hodl boy. You know what I mean? Wait, was it not here? Although he was never formally charged with crime. Oh yeah, George Hodel came to wider attention after his death when he was accused by his son. Ah, fuck, man. So it's only after the dude died that the son came out.
But
so shout out to chat as well. Yeah, go
ahead. There's a name of the person in the Philippines that he was suspected to have killed as well. Lucilla, Lucilla.
Oh, sorry. I found
Which,
something.
like, the records I found, like, they don't really suspect him in that. I found it through a different correlation, but the way she was dismembered is.
If you want to open some real records, I'll put you another link in there. I finally found something.
My boy.
Huh?
I like this one.
Yeah, this is from a thing called the Vault.
Yeah, the FBI vault. And if you click on those right below that, looks like it's got a whole bunch of good stuff. Letters and shit.
Nice.
United States government from thing, subject thing.
Handwritten
Both
stuff.
times special agent Washington field office called advised the word Washington correspondent to Los Angeles Times requests that telephonically that any information that Bureau had concerning Robert Red Manley. I think we. Oh, okay. Yeah. Dear Mr. Hoover. God damn.
Yep.
But I'd say there would have been a lot of like FBI correspondence because it was so fucking gruesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if they only get involved, I mean, like, big case. Well, yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of handwritten shit in here, though. There's a bunch of type, too, but you could go.
I think like these would have
deep
been.
into it.
Yeah.
And there's 2 sets of them. I don't know how many documents. What? I don't know how many documents are in this one. I'm
I
still
think it was
going
like
through.
what? Yeah, 162 with this one, and then this one was 49.
I bet the doctor, anything about the doctor will probably be in a second set, wouldn't it? She searched this.
Well, no, because one sec. Because like he was never formally charged with the crime. George Harlow came to Ward attention after his death, when the Sun came out.
Shit. You cancel.
Let's see if I can dig up this. So this would have been 2003 when this came out, I think. I've now been told that Los Angeles police are attempting to match Prince of Hodel's father, George Hodel, to materials still on file from the 56-year-old case. Shorts was sliced in two. I believe his father, a trained surgeon, romanced Short and then killed her in a jealous rage because she dated other men. When I read the book, I thought, okay, George Hodel could have killed her. But his son, a highly regarded former cop who says he cleared 8% of his 300 murder investigation, LAPD hadn't proved it. While digging through 50-year-old grand jury file, neither Holden nor any other reporter had seen a transcript from the bugging of Dr. Hodel's house in early 1950. At one point, Dr. Hodel said to an unidentified visitor, "Suppose I did kill the Black Dahlia. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary because she's dead." Wait, that was in a... Can we dig up that original document?
Which one?
Transcription from Dr. Hodel's house, early 1950. Oh, but you can't do the...
No, I tried.
No, I was saying because it's like PDF, you can't do like a control find and just to see if... one sec, let me try do...
There's too many. They broke it up in all the documents, so it'd be really hard.
Because I know you can do a lot of shit with the technology now, where it's like with PDF documents you can convert it to a text and all that kind of shit. But I doubt that it's going to be like that.
If you go to the page view, it shows you. Well, it's still Well, hell, it won't. That won't help. Never mind.
Now I'm going straight to Grok to see if sometimes Grok can get around some of the front end things.
Yeah. Damn AI.
Gentlemen, we may have hit pay dirt.
What'd you do? Copy and paste it? The website?
Nah, Grok got me a link. Much has been made of Dr. George Hodel's comment on the Black Daily case, but what did he actually say, and what is the significance? Hodel's remarks, suppose I did kill the bitch, on page 5, come at the beginning of a 4-week surveillance period on February 18th, 1950. A few hours after investigators from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office installed 2 microphones at his home in 5123 Franklin Avenue. Note, news reports give the address 5121 Franklin, while the transcript show Hodel used the address 5123 and tapped the phone. At this point in his life, Hodel had been accused of essaying his 14-year-old daughter, Tamara, in October 1949, and was found not guilty on December 23rd, 1949. Although he was released, Hodel was still under suspicion, as he states in his recorded comments. On the previous Wednesday, February 15, 1950, he had been interrogated by investigators, and on the same day, they stopped his wife on the steps of their home to ask the questions. In these circumstances, when Hodel home was clearly under observation, the comment, "You're out to get me," seems quite understandable. It is also important to note that the pages in the original District Attorney's files are in reverse order. When the time columnist Steve Lopez read the extracts to me over the phone, in preparing a column, Steve Hodel's Black Dahlia Avenger, they were in reverse order. The transcripts run 120 pages, ending March 21st, 1950. So we need to make sure we get the date where he actually says the thing. Page 5. Okay. Well, it's only page 5. We might as well just go through it. So, intermittent recordings set being installed. Hodel talking to Ellen about lawyer, talking to Ellen about Marion Susie, unable to understand or unintelligible. Telephoning, unable to hear conversation. Some fucking surveillance, boys.
Yeah, for
what
real.
the fuck is this?
That would go into the police work, right? What they were talking about.
The whole 20 minutes of nothing.
That's damn near impossible. Unless you're trying.
He said something, but I fucking missed it. Then 20 minutes later, 7 minutes telephone conversation pertaining to medical work, I think. Well, how come you're able to hear it? Oh my god. Maybe that one was a more muted. Maybe it's
15 minutes.
2 minutes later, telephone call. Dr. Hodel makes appointment for 3 to 4 p.m. with Mr. Betty? ? Conversation with housekeeper. Trouble developed on phone line. Slop over. Mostly did clicks. Some occasional crosstalk. Occasional dial tone. Trouble developed suddenly. Wicks still hot. Recording
45 minutes.
45
minutes later.
Note taking in the history of time.
Moving around the house. Phone rang. Answered. Conversation at 5:30. See someone. End of conversation. Very bad reception. Move around the house. Typing. The fuck?
Hold on.
Calling
Who was he
someone.
on the phone with? Why is that not in there? Who was he on the phone with?
Because they have bugs in the house, but I thought it was basically just on the phone, but apparently you can hear like typing or you can hear other shit in the background, all this kind of stuff. Typing stopped, just moving around. Dialing, asking for at 66403 some address, trying various numbers, end of conversation, calling someone else, Betty. End of conversation, hovering around, receive call, made call, end of conversation, typing, call someone, end of conversation, talked with Ellen. Getting juicy, we're getting close to page 5, boys. Radio playing, lady sobbing. Hodel asked, "Do you know Charles Smith? Did you know Mr. Usher?" Hodel mentioned something about during the trial, mentioned that housekeeper knows. Did you know blank committed suicide? Does your husband know you're here Where are you going? He questioned her, and it sounded like he was repeating her answer if writing down her answer. Lady reciting poetry. Holder says something. This is the weirdest fucking phone call I've ever heard in my entire life. Holder says something about an affair with Dr. Hodel. Relax. Let's finish these two. Joe comes in the room. Sounds like objects dropping on floor, crashing noises. Good night, Joe. All quiet. What the fuck? In bathroom, out of bathroom. 40 minutes? Phone ringing 4 times, picked up, not answered. Answered. Conversation with some lady about the house. Conversation with the lady. Noise around the house. Women asking for operator several times. Sound as though she was crying. No sound. Woman asked for operator again. Said something not heard to operator. No noise. Someone walk around. Man and woman talking. Could not understand. Man and woman talking for a few minutes. Understand. I could not understand. They then leave the room. So I think if they couldn't understand that, they're basically whispering. Man and woman talking, garbled. It's Joe here.
Yeah, I know.
Joe is here.
Like they know they're being listened to, yeah.
Is Joe here? Joe is here. Wait outside. Man and woman talking. Woman asked the man a question. Unable to understand. He answered, haven't been able to find it yet. Must be around somewhere. Someone using typewriter. Phone rang. Holder said, okay, right away. Good. Someone typing. Conversation between 2 men recorded. Holder and man with a German accent had a long conversation. Reception was poor and conversation hard to understand. Following bit of conversation, however, was overheard. Hold to German. This is the best payoff I've seen between law enforcement agencies. You do not have the right connections made. Hodel states, I'd like to get a connection made with in the DA's office. General conversation between the two. Any imperfections will be found. They will have to be made perfect. Don't confess ever. 2 and 2 is not 4. Much laughter. We're just a couple of smart boys. More laughter. Okay, so we're saying 2 and 2 is not 4. They have to be perfect. So I think they're talking about the case. Hodel then in exact detail explains to the German about his wife being stopped on Wednesday morning by McGrath and Morgan, the district attorney's office, when they stopped her going up her steps to the house of Franklin. It should be noted that every question asked of Mrs. Hodel was repeated verbatim by Hodel to this German. He then began to explain to German about his recent trial, making statements that they're out to get me. 2 men in the DA's office were transferred and demoted because of my trial. Hodel then explained about his being questioned at the DA's office on Wednesday morning and told in great detail as the questions propounded to him at the time. One statement made to the German was as follows: suppose they did kill Black Delia. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead. As stated heretofore. Wait, why is he saying that?
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say.
And why would he bring in the secretary? Like, why is the secretary important?
I hear it in the accent from that time too, the LA weird West Coast. Supposing I did kill that black. I can't do accents, but why would you mention that? Unless he was being
like, let's say I kill Jack, right? Or even I'm caught on conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, supposing I did kill Jack. Wait, where's the exact quote? I want to make sure I kind of like get this. Supposing I did kill Jack. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to William anymore because William's dead. You'd be like, what the fuck did William know? Like, Terry, what the fuck's going on? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but at the same time, would William be able to prove innocence? Could be from that, like, in a way. He's like, doesn't really matter if I did or not. The only person that could prove I was innocent is dead. So
No, that wouldn't make any sense, man. The
I
only one
agree.
who could prove I'm guilty. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I was just
I ain't buying none of that. That's like oil at like fucking crazy prices, you know? We sitting at that 80 mark, baby. We ain't going no higher than 80. Donald Trump got us, below 100. But man, what the fuck? God,
Well,
we
the
got
the part I
Oh
read-
no, that's the PDF version. Okay, I see what you're doing.
I'm sending
Can I
you.
search on that?
That's the FBI version. I'm getting the second half now.
Yeah, but I can't do the control find.
Yeah, you can in this one. That's why I'll ask AI to get it for me.
Well, I find the
Right.
part with the typewriters being interesting when they're wiretapping him because, I mean, the smart thing to do, right, if you know somebody's listening, would be to write down what you're saying to other people and then have noise so that they can't hear you. But to have a typewriter, is your handwriting that bad that you have to use a typewriter? Was kind of where my mind went.
I'm thinking though that like he could be a doctor, he could just be doing work or some shit like that. Because it seems like he's taking phone
Handwriting
calls and it's like
documents, yeah.
not like middle of the day kind of thing. But this is fucking crazy. They couldn't prove it now. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead. As stated heretofore, conversation was garbled and it was difficult to maintain a line of continuity of conversation. Hold also referred to a woman in Camarillo. Conversation also referred to a communist. There we go. There it is.
Where what?
Conversation also referred to communists.
Uh-oh.
Anytime there's
Is it
some
not
shady
240?
shit going down, some, I dare say, anti-American shit going down, there's always a fucking communist, bro.
Agreed.
Yep.
Unbelievable. But anyways, memes
Think
aside,
about what time that was. I mean, there was a lot going on.
Yeah.
like this conversation, I think ends at about. Wait, what? Okay, I just seen something there that just freaked me the fuck out. But right, this conversation starts 7:35 p.m. Conversation between two men recorded. Hold with a German accent had a long conversation. Reception was poor and conversation was hard to understand. Following the conversation, however, was overheard. So they laughed on stuff, and this basically goes on for till 8:20 p.m. You know what I mean? So 1 second, we go to 4 again, just make sure. This conversation's just 45 minutes. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, the one phone call lasted 45 minutes, whatever it was. If that's it.
yeah, I think it might have been his lawyer. But it was difficult to maintain continual conversation. Also referred to one's career. Conversation also for comments. 1 point conversation also, have you heard from Powers? The man with the German accent then asked Holder something about smoking. Holder said, I can't afford it. Don't smoke. German said, I can get it for you.
Yeah,
Does
don't smoke. Smoky man bad.
Does the name Hernandez mean anything to you? Holder then talked to the German about furniture store on East 5th Street, where the cops come in and buy lingerie for $20 to $50. There was much laughter at this point. So, bro, this sounds like some Jeffrey Epstein type shit.
Yep.
Have you heard from Powers? The man with the German accent then asked Hodel something about smoking. Hodel said, I can't afford it. Don't smoke. German
They
said,
can
I
afford
can
it.
get it for you.
That's got to be a reference to something.
Does the name Hernandez mean anything to you? Hodel then talked about the German about a furniture store on the East 5th
Sounds
Street.
like Cuba to me. Hernandez.
That would add up.
Where did he go? The doctor.
Philippines.
There you go.
No extradition. Yeah.
8:20 p.m. Sound as though the two men went down the steps and entered the basement and began digging. What? Something was referred to as not a trace. It also appears as though a pipe was being hit. Yeah, because you know it. At 8:30 at night, boys. You got to get a work on in. You go down to the basement with your buddy and you start digging a fucking hole
for no
with
reason.
some pipe.
Yeah. A pipe's leaking under the fucking concrete.
I told you, this is why I love about this. This is why I'm kind of like in two minds about the open panel, non-open panel. But like as we've gotten to it, it's like 4 hours in, we're getting to the final stretch of the show. It's feels like we're coming to a very clear conclusion with this one.
Yep.
Then 5 minutes later, woman screamed. Then 2 minutes after that, woman screamed again. It should be noted that a woman was not heard before the time of screaming since 6:50 p.m. She was not in any conversation and not heard of again until the time of letting out these two screams.
Oh, well, okay. Let's not do anything about it. Let's just let her scream, right? We heard her screaming, sure. We didn't hear nothing after that.
Oh,
So-
no. Anyway, last week.
Like, what are we doing here, boys?
Good question. If I done my job that good, I'd get fired. If you know what I mean.
Plus the gaps
Bro.
in time too. Like
Yeah, like why go help the bitch? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just listen to her scream while you
Yeah.
can jot down shit like unable to hear conversation.
That's what I was. That's what I was commenting on. Well, we heard her scream, but we didn't. You know.
and then agonal breathing. You know. She's
Yeah, they're digging holes in the basement, and then we heard her scream. But you know, our bug worked. That's the main thing.
Like,
Our phone tap.
Like I guarantee you, like originally it was just like the dude was like 8:25 p.m. Woman screamed, and then 2 minutes later he done the same thing again, and then like after he done the thing, he went back into the typewriter and said it should be noted that a woman was not heard before the time. Do you know what I mean? Just to be like emphasis on the shit.
Yeah.
She was
And I
not
was
in any
trying to walk
conversation.
over there.
We're not going to.
Oh
I
my
was eating
god!
donuts and drinking coffee. I couldn't go. I couldn't check it out. So you know, it would have tipped him off. He was being bugged or wiretapped.
Oh wait, so a cop did show up at 7:45.
Whoa, where? Yeah.
No, but this would have been before. Officer Crowley, LAPD, arrived for duty at 7:45 p.m. while the above-mentioned conversation was taking place. His log is as follows. Hodel talking to a man with an accent, possibly German. Telephone. Men were here. Operator realized there was nothing I could do but a pillow over her head and cover her with a blanket. Get a taxi. Call Georgia Street. Receiving hospital right away. Expired at 12:39. So though there was something fishy. Anyway, now that they may have figured it out, killed her. Maybe I did kill my secretary. They must have enough on him to be guilty, or he wouldn't have confessed. Time for research. Lots of pounding. FBI were over to see me 3 weeks ago.
Whose note is that? An officer?
Officers?
Is that what they heard or what? What the?
Okay.
Yeah, it's incoherent.
Yeah. What the hell? Look at the time too. It's going backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what
Beautiful.
the fuck is going on? Like, this is what they mean by like the incompetency.
Weird
Like,
about.
I understand like why the fuck this police department is getting sued or whatever the fuck.
Oh, for
You know what I
sure.
mean?
Yep.
So this was his log. Hodel talking to a man. Oh, yeah, I think so. Like that, basically, this was like his official log.
Yeah, like before she died.
I probably wouldn't have put that in there. If I'd have been that officer, I'd have been like, no, I ain't doing that. I'm not putting that in here. No. That was at 7:45, and she screamed at 8 something.
Yeah. And
so he was sitting around doing God knows what.
Said he realized there was nothing he could do. He's saying it in first person. I could do, but put a pillow over it.
Yeah. That's what I read, or that's, yeah. I don't understand the pillow over the head since he was an officer.
Is that like a hysteria tactic back then? Like, I'm just going to hold this bitch down?
So she'll quit screaming. God.
That has never worked.
I'm an FBI agent. You need to be quiet.
Okay. So, yeah, this is in quotations. So, basically, I think Hodel saying, telephone men were here. Then the German says, operator? Realize, then says, realize there was nothing I could do, but put a pillow over her head and cover her with a blanket, get a taxi, call Georgia Street, receiving hospital right away. Expired at 12:39. They thought there was something fishy. Anyway, now they may have figured it out. Killed her. Maybe I did kill my secretary, but they must have not been guilty, or he wouldn't have confessed. Time for research. Lots of pounding. FBI wrote to me 2-3 weeks ago.
But then at 8:35 p.m. So that would be before she was
Yep.
considered dead, right?
Yeah, this would have been like 8 minutes after the scream. Above man walking, possible German accent. Oh, sorry. Above man, yeah, walking, possible German accent. 2 years since, regardless of what happens, police, much laughter. Above man leaves the house, escorted to the door by Hodel. Hodel makes telephone call, very plain. Are you party advertised for the
What
Are you
the?
party advertised for the studio? I have the paper here now. If you'll come over, I'll be glad to show it to you. On Franklin near Normandy, your printer, you're a printer?
Your printer 7-inch. Your inner 7-inch. Whatever the hell it is, a 7-inch.
Whatever it was. I always have a painter. I always have a painter, sculptor, or artist, some type here. It's that kind of a house. It's a wing of this house. Phone me just before you come, number, and I'll be sure to be in. The name is Hodel, 5123 Franklin Avenue. Your name, Kubert. If you call me, I'll be glad to show you the place. What the fuck? May questioning. This is like an hour later. May questioning Hodel about her citizenship. God damn, immigration was still a problem even back then, boys. And what the immigration officers say in regards to her father. Hodel talking about a drunken judge in a pink shirt deciding the technicality of the law as far as her citizenship is concerned. Made citizen papers are folded up or fouled up. Proper entry, subject to deportation. Oh, poor Consuela. Going to have a waiver of documents. They'll realize you acted in good faith. Hodel says, "Are you hungry to go across the border?" This dude is a goddamn psychopath.
It's gotta be him. Like, how did they not put this together?
They did probably, and they just something.
Well, and
the courts had to fail, or something failed. Something's wrong here,
bro. Between the German fucking accent and then the open out like fucking,
especially at the time too, and
yeah,
between 1945 and 1950.
You want to go back to fucking Mexico, Dora? Like that's basically the way he's talking. You know what I mean? This dude is literally like a James Bond villain. What the fuck?
Hello,
writing on typewriter. Although, to be fair, some of my streams, if you were just to read the transcript, it probably sounds the same way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I got some clips where I'm telling the bit like women should be seen, not heard, and all this kind of shit. I'm just saying, if this was the Me Too movement era, I'd be sweating. You know what I mean? Your boy's channel would be fucking gone, like
When
overnight.
was the last time you put a blanket and a pillow over somebody's head?
That is true. That is true.
She's hysterical. I'm just gonna
Crazy. Insane.
And then writing on typewriter. Then at 10 p.m. he turns on the radio and it's unable to detect the conversation. Then 45 minutes later, walking, open drawers, started typing. Telephone rang, recorded. Hello, Muriel. How are you, my dear? I'm not doing anything. Laughing. I don't know any amnesia that you have. I have had some since you were here. A couple of princesses dropped in. I took them to the Burbank to the burlesque. They really enjoyed the show. Why didn't you drop by and talk to me about it sometime? Bro,
That guy's a little horn dog in.
All right, so I've kind of had a theory since I've been watching this podcast and joined. This really sounds like an established thing that like ties to, dare I say, the Epstein files, like an establishment that's been there since back then.
Yeah. Could we call it the good old boys? Or something like it.
I was going to be saving the Jeffrey Epstein shit and all that stuff for later, but like I said, bro, this is how they operate with the German accent and everything.
Yep.
Remember when the Leprechaun was there telling you that America's National Socialist? I was talking about Operation Paperclip, and they said you're a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, don't go to. Well, I said, look at the time frame. This was around some wars, you know.
Yeah.
This is February 19th, 1950, gentlemen.
But this murder happened in 47.
Yeah. And this dude's talking about his secretary that he killed. Clearly, there's a bitch that screamed twice.
And we put a blanket over her head.
We've just moved past that bitch. We just forgot about her. We're just so used to psyops at this stage, and there's like horrific shit happening. I mean, we're waiting for like the ritual scene where he starts like saying some Moloch or some bullshit, and then we're all like, "Oh, okay, yeah, now it actually ties in."
Yeah. Now I got to go in.
I think it was just pure degeneracy, and they were covering each other's tracks.
Yep. That's what I have to stay with. Something bad happened here, like cover up.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was protecting somebody, and somebody had a hell of a lot of power. And this doctor, yeah, you know.
All right, let me grok this shit because there's no way in hell that this is like standard practice. If FBI or whatever.
Well, LAPD is pretty much from.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they're
the 40s to current day has been completely corrupt.
When did the FBI officially go into service or action? I don't even know what year it was.
When did the FBI go what?
Whatever live. I'm looking it up. $1908. Yeah, they had time. Wait a minute.
I had a thought.
No, the FBI went in 1932. Then the FBI 35. It was fully
yeah, they should have intervened.
Do what?
Yeah, like during, like I asked Rock, like in 1950, if LAPD officers were monitoring a live bug or wiretap and overheard a woman scream twice, they almost certainly could and likely would. They did not intervene. So the legal and practical framework was quite different than from today.
I just looked up when the CIA was, because I should know this, but when it was formed, oddly enough, 1947.
Wow.
Yeah. Just after Operation Paperclip.
Paperclip.
Where they imported all the Nazis, and then when you look at the CIA board formed, all this kind of shit, and the whole thing about Operation Paperclip is we'll just invent a new identity for you, and you just released all these motherfuckers into your Secret
Looks like somebody
Service.
found one, right?
And then you look at the modern day political system, and the Republicans are red and they're nationalist, and the Democrats are blue and they're socialist.
Can I
Don't tell
present
too
a
many truths
question?
there, Teriak. Or
What?
don't be logical. Don't be too logical with this stuff.
Stop connecting dots, Teriak.
Yeah. They'll come and get
But
you.
you're the one that said this is what, like, this is the same fucking script of reading off. We could literally put it, like, change that, like, that date from 1950 to whatever the fuck the dates are in Jeffrey Epstein emails. You know what I mean? Just put, like, fucking Google in the corner or something like that.
Send them to Gmail and they'll post them for you. That's when this report came out as in 1950. When were they actually doing these phone calls and shit? Does it say the date?
No, I think it was recorded in February 19th, 1950. This is when the recording was taking place.
Okay.
So CIA could have even been involved at this point, and we all know they lied through their teeth.
You think they wasn't monitoring this?
I do.
Yeah.
But like, what happens? But like, here's the other thing, though. It's like there's a maid in the house, so apparently she couldn't hear shit.
Of course, she got paid a lot of money to not hear shit.
She wanted to go back to where she came from, right? So they were going to help her.
How bad does that have to be to go back? Right?
Yep.
Like, you came here for a better life, and objectively, it is better here.
Oh yeah, I suppose he is basically saying, like, you know, fucking, I mean, threatening her with deportation. You know what I mean? And like, why would you say that shit to her? One sec. Made question, because like she's gonna say, is like, listen, I better get my fucking green card for seeing you literally kill a bitch in the basement.
Well,
And Holden's basically saying, you know,
so this is speculation, right? But he probably said, "I'll tell everybody you got deported, and I'll fucking kill you and chop you up, and nobody will ever find you."
but like when you look at the thing, citizenship and what the immigration officers say in regards to her father, she's kind of saying it's like, not only are you getting me in, but you also got my father. And Hodel's basically saying, talking about a drunken George in a pink shirt. It's like, listen, I can hook you up as far as citizen is, but they're fouled up. Like it's improper entry. You know, you're here illegally, deportation. You're gonna have to get some waiver documents. They release you, act in good faith. Are you hungry to go across the border? Like the way to end it with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I might be able to get your father in, but do you want to go back, bitch?
Is there records of like her actually either going back or staying? I mean, they don't even name her, so I mean, how would you find that?
Bro, I don't know, man. That is some of the craziest shit.
But I mean,
I've probably ever
wouldn't
seen.
you think they would have asked that question? You know? Oh, this is insane. Like, it was definitely him. And how many other people? Plus, how many people corroborated all that? Like, how many people are actually involved? And, like, the movie makes it very much like it's a Hollywood thing. Based on what we're seeing. Kind of feels, dare I say, mafia? Or something akin to that.
Yes, the spy proximity. So the officers were there listening in that shit.
Oh, so they just chose.
But to be fair though, boys, if we were actually like we just even reading that shit, I would have given away the whole plot. Like I would have been like, "What the fuck is going on, boys?"
I think we know who did it.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
they did
man.
too.
I agree.
I feel so bad for accusing Hansen or going so hard after Hansen in the beginning now. Holy shit, this dude is like, that was the first thing Darren says. Like, nah, bro, you need a psychopath for this shit. Ding, 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 ding.
What breaks my heart, honestly, is that. I mean, if
how could you have so much evidence and not?
Well, I'm not talking shit about us, but I mean, if we could figure this out with the information that we can find, like, how the hell?
Yeah, and then his son kind of confirms everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's crazy. Fuck the son.
That's
some bitch is dead because of some incompetent cops. Well, to be fair, probably might not have been able to save it, but we would have caught him like live, like with the dead body.
I'm not sure.
That would have been like literally red-handed.
Yeah, they wouldn't have arrested him. Nope. They might have caught him with the body and let him slither out of it somehow.
And how
you
many
never know. You never know.
Lives were uprooted by being accused of this shit. That's fucked.
Had you already looked into this?
No. Me? I wanted to go into this as kind of like a blind kind of like test, like worst case scenario and all this kind of shit. Like I didn't think that like we were gonna have like an answer. And I was like, oh, would it be funny if like you could play it off as it was paranormal activity? I was like, no, like we actually get a definitive answer. So we know exactly who killed that bitch.
Yep.
And like on recording, he's killing another bitch 3 years later.
Yeah.
Yep. And he did something to his daughter or something. Incest thing. Right. He was arrested for that.
I did see something about that as well, yes.
Yep. That's him with those letters I sent you. His shit, what do you call that when they arrest you? The photo. Anyway, they took that picture when they arrested me for incest.
But that's what I'm saying. They were saying like page 5 is where like he says the Dali shit, and then literally how long after it?
And what year was that done? 50?
Yeah, it was 50.
Yeah, so it's basically like they're having this conversation upstairs, like for 45 minutes, and then like at 8:20, they go down and they began digging. Something referred to as not a trace. It also appeared as though the pipe was being hit. And then literally 5 minutes later, a woman screams and then screams again.
Yeah, and he also, right after this, fled to the Philippines.
Yep. Yep.
The same year, 1950.
Tell me he didn't do it. Go ahead.
I can't. He
did
it.
He did it. 100%. I mean, he could have, since he was a doctor, he could have, done the knife work or whatever you want to call it.
Not only did he do it, a lot of other people were involved that knew he did it and covered it up.
Absolutely. Including the police force.
Yep.
The courts even went crazy, right?
God, bro. I mean, it feels like that episode. Sorry, go ahead.
That's why the narrative too at the time was that she was like a harlot, like she was an aspiring blah blah blah. Because I mean, her backstory is important too.
Yep. But what did she really do?
Nothing. She was just a young, got caught up in shit.
Yep. She's just a young lady out trying to make it, but not. Yeah. Just a normal gal, I'd say. As normal as you can be in Hollywood.
Yeah.
With these damn psychos, it would be hard to. What is normal? Damn. When the police force will let you scream and get your head covered up with that's craziness. Oh, Lord.
Bro, this is literally American Psycho shit.
Yep.
That's who this dude is.
This guy is, yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily American, but
yeah,
right. Like that dude in American Psycho, the film.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if dude was comfortable around hanging out with a dead body. I mean, from the sounds of like up a basement, right? Clearly, there was a body that they were putting in there, and they were waiting to. So that's creepy as hell.
Well, there's at least one more or one other person involved. The dude going down to the basement with him to bury the body in the concrete.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think, Terry? Was it everything you thought it would be? Yep. And more.
Bro.
We
yeah,
solved
and
this
more.
murder. Solved this
Like
murder.
this is, bro. It's like this. This was literally like the first one. It was like just like, oh yeah, like this is unsolved. It's pretty famous, but at least it's unsolved. So there's like the whole spoiler thing. Nice and kind of like one where it's like not too much pressure, all this kind of shit. And it's like, no, we actually solved it, and it actually ties into the whole. Remember when I was saying the American government is literally Nazis?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shit they do. It's like that episode of Supernatural, like the first like where it kicks off, where it's like the demons ain't real, and then the demon shows up, and you're like, oh fuck, you know.
Are you going to do more of
Maybe.
these? 'Cause I really like this. I would gladly come on again.
Yeah, I got about I think I have about roughly like 50 ones, but I'm going to be interchanging between like Supernatural as another thing to it as well, because although like people would think, oh no, just focus on like murder cases or whatever like that, like conspiracy and like Supernatural is kind of like wrapped into that as well. Like if you look at like Sherlock Holmes, like that's basically what I'm trying to go for in terms of the vibe. It's kind of like Sherlock Holmes, like that whole thing of like embracing the kind of like for example like this the whole a vampire episode, you know what I mean, and being able to deal with kind of like that mentality and oh shit, you know what I mean, because like I said, I started off and I was like, Hansen, this is our dude, and then like I said, I went to the Wikipedia file, got to this part, and it's like, okay, let's check this dude out. Went into Grok, got the actual transcript, and I was like, what the fuck are we reading?
Well, what about the lady that shot him? Was she involved with Hodel in any way?
Don't know.
Who knows?
Bro, that even just wraps it in even more now.
Yep. Who knows?
Unfortunately,
was she one of his
evidence was the same back then.
freakies? Who was her real friend, Hodel or the lady? Who knows? Oh, we could go deep. You go deep. You could put this in a solve though.
Oh my god, man. Oh, I feel so sick. Like I'm gonna puke. Holy shit, boys. Oh my god, that is holy shit. But like what even just reading this shit, you know what I mean? Where it's like in 2017, a book Black Dahlia, Red Rose by Pill Eatwell focuses on Leslie Dillon, a bellhop who was a former mortician's assistant. His associates Mark Hansen and Jeff Connors, and Sergeant Finis Brown, a lead detective who had links to Hansen and was allegedly corrupt. Eatwell posits that Short was like Eatwell. Think of the name, Eatwell. Okay, just murdered because she knew too much about the men's involvement in a scheme for robbing hotels. He further suggests that Short was killed at the Acer Motel in Los Angeles, where the owners reported finding one of their rooms covered in blood and fecal matter on the morning Short's body was found. The examiner stated that in 1949, LAPD Chief William Wharton denied that the Acer Motel had anything to do with the case, although its rival newspaper claimed that the murder took place there. You know what I mean? So a newspaper claimed it, but the actual police chief says, no, we actually have no evidence for that. You know what I mean?
But
like I said,
why the mention of fecal matter? I find that odd.
Yeah.
But like this whole thing where it's like, okay, there's a bellhop who had mortician experience, at least it's some sort of medical thing, and then his associate Mark Hans, and he basically ties into what you'd initially go off, which is what I initially went in and focused in on, was the Mark Hansen guy.
He was the focus, but it was the wrong dude.
You know what I mean?
He was a, what do you call it? Ponzi, Patsy, whatever the hell you call it.
Yeah, the fall guy.
Yep.
And
Fall
if
guy.
you're a fucking ex-Nazi who's literally gone through the whole paperclip process, you're like, you can do whatever the fuck. Like what
Think
are they
how
going to like?
evil they were. How evil
You know
were
what I mean?
they?
That is ultimate power that you have over the American government. Because like, if you tried to bring me up on anything, I'll sing like a birdie. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
what are you gonna do? Take us all out? And we needed that one guy to build our rockets, right?
So I think this is just pure bollocks.
Yeah, the book. Yeah, is. Yeah, isn't that kind of? I hope I'm right in saying this. The irony of it, and then they ended up making a movie out of it and everything. And like that was her whole goal, was to be a movie star, and like her death is
Made her a movie star.
Mm-hmm. Can I throw a potential monkey wrench into this?
Go ahead. That's what we're
here. There have been claims. Now I am using Grok as well. That there's links to the Cleveland torso murders of the 1940s as well.
Dismemberment, or there it is. Right there it is.
it's actually the next part of the Wikipedia article.
Nice.
Darth was reading ahead. The Cleveland torso murders. Several crime authors, as well as police detective Peter Merrilow, have suspected a link between the short murder and the Cleveland torso murders, which took place in Cleveland, Ohio, between 1934 and 1938. Part of their investigation into other murders that took place before and after the short killing. The original LAPD investigators studied the torso murders in 1947, but later discounted any connection between the two cases. In 1980, new evidence implicating the former torso murder suspect Jack Anderson Wilson was investigated by St. John in relation to Short's murder. He claimed he was close to arresting Wilson in Short's murder, but that Wilson died in a fire on February 4th, 1982. Possible connection to the torso murders received renewed media attention when it was profiled on the NBC series Unsolved Mysteries in 1982, in which Elliot Ness, biographer Oscar Fraley, suggests Ness knew the identity of the killer responsible for both cases.
Maybe dude decided to go out west.
Yep.
Or maybe dude was hired. And that could be hitman shit, right?
Where was the good doctor at during those years? Did they read what we read there a minute ago? Have they read that? Have they seen that? Has anybody seen that? Jesus.
That's why I was like, I didn't keep continuing down the Wikipedia arc. I was like, bro, we have our dude. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Get the handcuffs, because that's the guy.
I'm trying to reserve judgment, but Jesus Christ, I've never read something so fucking. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty plain, yeah. Dude did it.
Yeah, 100%. But the bigger picture, there's a lot of people covering that shit up.
I agree. A lot of people, but he did it.
Yeah.
But like,
it's pretty conclusive.
It's not even that. It's like, okay, we found the guy. You know what I mean? Because like I said, like this should be, it's like, oh, like we're saluting, we're toasting, we found an answer on this kind of shit. But like, what all that's running through my head right now is this, right?
What's the film about? What's it really about?
What's the film about? What's the film really about? This is Quentin Tarantino. Listen to this.
What like the spine?
The spine.
Like one sentence. Like
no, I don't fucking Boy Meets Girl. I don't give a shit about that. Fuck Boy Meets Girl. Fuck motorcycle.
Your whole romance thing, like all this kind of like cyclical kind of like shit that like you spew out. I don't give a fuck about that. Quentin Tarantino looks for the meaning.
No, what is really being said?
It's
What's really being said? That's what you're talking about.
What's really being said, right?
Yep.
And then And then we go back to Quentin Tarantino directed Inglourious Bastards. Okay, what's really being said here?
I've done my share of bootlegging. Up there, if you engage in what the federal government calls illegal activity, but what we call just a man trying to make a living for his family selling moonshine liquor, it behooves oneself to keep his wits.
Like, literally, what is he saying?
We hear a story too good to be true.
It behooves oneself.
It ain't.
Sitting in your chair would probably say the same thing. And 999.999 times out of a million, you would be correct. But in the pages of history, every once in a while, fate reaches out and extends its hand.
That's Quentin Tarantino letting you know what happened in World War II. The Allies didn't win no motherfucking war. A deal was made.
What shall the history books read?
That's what's going through my head at the moment after reading that shit. I'm just like, and they're able to do that shit. Like, in terms of immunity, like, they were literally, no, like, it was actually the bellhop. Like, that's what, I'm not joking. That's what we just read with the Wikipedia. Where the fuck's the Wikipedia gone?
I don't know.
Oh my god, man, I'm panicking. I'm breathing. I need to breathe. I need to fucking breathe. Crazy. I need to breathe.
No, don't go crazy.
Hold on, can I go find my tinfoil hat real quick? Kidding, I agree.
Yeah. P.U. Eat Well focuses on Leslie Dillon, a bellhop. Yeah, no, it was the bellhop, bro. Bellhop was just like, fuck this bitch in particular.
It's a fall guy for sure.
How do you go from a mortician's assistant to a bellhop? How do you downgrade yourself that far? I think there's a downgrade. I don't know.
I also think that someone could take into account that maybe I don't want to see dead bodies every day.
Oh yeah, no, I would have been the assistant to start with. No, it's not. No. I'll pass on that one. I'll sleep in the streets. I'll go hungry, but I'll pass on that one.
It feels like a plant for sure. Plus, I mean,
Meanwhile, woman screamed.
Yeah.
Woman screamed again. It should be noted that the woman was not heard before this time as screaming since 6:50 p.m. She was not in any conversation and not heard again until the time of letting out these two screams.
So not only is the FBI listening, isn't there an operator that has to connect people that's also hearing these things that has to
Hey, you got a point there.
Like say something if you're hearing someone screaming in pain.
Yeah, that shit wasn't automated back then. You're a good point.
One statement Hodel made to the German was as follows: "Suppose I did kill the bitch. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead."
Now you're getting it.
On her face. It's like she won't calm down unless I just.
You could cover this whole thing in one paragraph. Put all that together in one paragraph, and just solve the whole damn thing.
Your Honor, this is going to be the quickest court case in the history of legality.
He's dead now, but here you go. Here's what happened.
I mean, you can't punish the guy, but I mean, how is this not solved? I mean,
Tell me somebody ain't covered this whole manuscript up. I mean, that's crazy.
Bro, but this is so much incompetence here. There's the cover up of it, but then there's also the fucking cops.
Would it be that incompetent?
Mm-hmm. Well,
really,
convenient incompetence is how I would.
Yeah,
put it.
That's a good way to put it.
On purpose, for sure.
I just like to point out for clearly the FBI or CIA that's listening to this conversation.
Yeah, we've been down. I've downloaded shit
This is
from this.
not financial advice. I am a conspiracy theorist. I don't know what can I say to protect myself at this stage. I'm crazy. I'm a fool. None of this is financial advice, of course. Please don't send a drone through my window.
Yeah. Well, you could come and get me as long as you
Well,
cook my meal, and make my bed, and rub my feet.
It's pretty
You come and get me.
pretty obvious they're not concerned about this, so I don't think I have anything to worry about.
Oh, it's all
And-
public information. Yeah, we're good.
And then, like, what time is it at? Oh shit! 1 sec. Yeah, like an
Yeah,
hour
the
later,
captain-
maid
Yeah,
starts
she was
questioning
screaming an hour
Hodel.
before.
Maid
girl was
starts
screaming
making
her-
demands. Maid starts making demands about citizenship and about her father getting in, and Hodel starts saying, "Listen, bitch, I got a drunk judge in my pocket. But you hungry for that border?"
Like, he's not drunk. It's 9:25 p.m. now. That's probably him just saying some dumb shit.
Yeah, a lot of shit happened between 6 and 9.
Yeah,
man.
Plus, you're chopping up bodies, digging
Yeah.
holes in the basement.
Hell yeah.
It's a long day. Gotta have a little bit of some whiskey to wind down,
These guys work fast.
or have somebody else do it, aka the German guy. Which I find that a little weird too.
Which part?
Well, just
It's all freaking weird.
I would think the German dude would be like higher in the hierarchy, so he's probably not digging the hole either. So maybe that's why he's talking shit to his mate.
Could be.
It's like, dig the fucking hole.
I'll dig it and put you in it.
I mean,
Terry's gone to the zoo or something. He's done
Bro.
freaked up. Anxiety
Like-
attack.
The more I
You
look,
don't realize like I accidentally like stumbled on like some like unexplainable shit other than this dude's literally fucking like a paperclip fucking agent. This is the only way you can explain this story to me is that this dude is a paperclip agent.
I agree.
A what agent?
Paperclip. This dude was like fucking SS.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can go with that, yeah.
I think of Metal Gear Solid with this, but sorry, video game reference. But yeah,
If you could search the paperclip people, but they could omit anybody they wanted to, so there you go.
They just basically just made it like the other way. It's like when the ultimate comeback, like the Chad comeback to Lefty, where it's like, what's your source for that? And you just basically put both your arms in the air and say, I made it up. That's my source.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically like the paperclip for you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah. They can deny anything they want to about paperclip.
that's
They
exactly
can,
what
they can confirm or deny either way.
like I don't know, like maybe looking back on it, like we can try bring comedy to the situation because otherwise you just fucking cry. But like I would have loved to have been in a situation where I could just sit the two cunts that were recording this conversation down and say like, what was exactly was going through your head when you heard the cunt like scream, and like you're making a note as you're taking down. I'm noting here that I haven't heard this bitch scream in about 2 to 3 hours.
But if you were an agent, you run in, right? That's what I find odd. Like,
Exactly.
if you heard that, like, why would you not run it? It's like, forget the context of anything. You hear somebody scream, you run towards it.
If you're a damn police
Right.
officer, for sure, 100%, you got to go. You should be in there. What's going on here? No, they wrote it down.
Yeah, it's got to be Hodel for sure.
Yep.
I don't know, man. That bellhop. I mean, that bellhop will look shifty as fuck, bro. I don't know about you.
Hold on. Did he move to the Philippines?
Oh my god, man.
Did the bellhop go to the Philippines?
Probably.
No, the bellhop got the fucking Guantanamo Bay treatment. Like, listen, buddy, you're gonna need to take one for the team here.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah. Like you have a choice. You don't. Don't worry about it. If I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
Hope you're ready for the cock meat sandwich.
Oh, yep. I think this case is solved, though. You're gonna have to go to Jack the Ripper or something.
Ooh, that's a fun one. I like that one.
Yeah. Next week, I think I'm gonna do Loch Ness Monster, because like I said, I want to go kind of like supernatural, but I might go more ghost, because I was saying it's like that was the main thing that triggered it. So I think next week I'm gonna aim kind of more so for the ghost thing. But like with some of the footage that I noticed, even from those clips, like where I was getting like flagged for like the copyright and all this kind of shit, so got to make sure I play it. I have backups, if you get me, in terms of, because like a lot of with the ghost stuff, it's like you have to show the footage. You know what I mean? Which people just say the footage is fake, so then why even bother getting me to show you the footage? It's a vicious circle. But like I said, like this shit here, bro, like in terms of like the murder investigations, I was planning on doing the whole like, you know, America, like doing the whole like paperclip thing and all this kind of shit. Like, you know, maybe 4 or 5 weeks in, you know what I mean? Like build it up a little bit, shit, and then like literally first thing that like I thought was just like a random, it's kind of well known, or at least it goes back a bit. I fucking should have known when it was like 1947. That was like, I probably should have just stayed clear from this fucking time.
Tried to fucking live with it there, yeah.
I can't tell you how I had the clarity to be like, wait a second, is that also the year the CIA formed?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I forgot that part.
I was pretty surprised. And yeah. Sorry.
Well, I was thinking I wanted something. I wanted something older, like rather than modern, because like if it's modern, it's like it's fresh in everyone's mind, all this kind of shit. Fuck me, man. Holy shit.
You don't need to know whether it's modern or not if you're reading this. Really. Sloppy, crazy stuff.
Well, and it kind of shows that it's always been that way. It's kind of pulling the
people,
fail.
People who get in trouble now kind of get, you know, they jump out of their motel room window or have a car wreck and have a heart attack at the same time. Crazy stuff. Wow. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of people have heart attacks that get into trouble like that. I don't know what they're doing.
And all of a sudden their Tesla drives to the left when it should have gone right.
Yeah, and runs up under a semi. Oh.
Dude, I love the paranormal too. So I'd be down if you'd have me, of course.
Wait, sorry, what?
I said I'm into supernatural and all that shit you're talking about too, so I'd be down to.
Oh, bro.
I watch a lot on Tessie. Yeah.
But like the reason why I kind of evoke supernatural is because it's like there's all like there will be kind of like a theme of like religiosity, or just kind of like looking at the Bible and just like comparing, like, for example, videos you see going down in Tehran right now where it literally looks like Dante's Inferno. Like, I was like, my counter question is like, what if, you know, back when like they made like these big megalithic structures, which we haven't been able to recreate since as a civilization. Let's say they had some sort of similar technology, and if you were to describe that to try to describe that to children, what language would you use? And you know what I mean,
You
it
go
would
down that
often look
rabbit
the
hole.
same poetry.
You go down that rabbit hole, let me know what week you're doing it. As far as like the Templars, the pyramids, technology. Oh my God. I've got like 200 slides ready to go. If I'm too lazy to do it.
Like it'll probably be multiple, because like I said, it like even when you look at like the alien aspect, like I would argue it's like if you're a Christian, then it's like you have to believe in angels, or sorry, aliens. It's like they come from space. Angels come from space. You know what I mean, it's literally just like the atheist, like because like we call atheism a religion because it basically is. Dogma and axiom is based the same thing, and they believe in angels. Aliens, you believe in angels.
Oh,
And demons are just fallen angels.
Do you know what the the cross we used to send the same short-sided cross that the Templars used?
Yeah.
You know what that was for?
No.
All right, the Valley of the Kings. You know what that is, right? In Egypt.
I know the name. It's in Egypt, yeah.
Yeah, it's underground, supposedly underground tombs or whatnot for the kings, right? Or the pharaohs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for the Templars, I'm pretty sure they said it was fallout shelters, and the 4 short-sided cross was their way of communicating with each other. Say they knew this, and it was kind of a technology thing, and that's where they started with the emblem. I'm tired. I'm not making much sense, but I know where to look and get like a little video clip. I've got it downloaded. But that emblem was to say, hey, we know we're the Templars. We know what that means. It means that we know that underground, the Valley of the Kings was really fallout shelters for the people that was the civilization that was before us that got wiped out by Younger Dryas event. Something like that.
Are you referring to like those tunnels that they've recently discovered?
No. These things are these tombs are like hundreds of feet deep. They freaking didn't have no miners back then and all that stuff. You know what I mean? They couldn't even lit the damn place up, but they're freaking go way back in the mountain. It's where they found King Tut. He's the most famous one. But the valley, there's one of them right there. And the Templars will tell you they can read that shit. I mean, they pointed out clearly. All of that right there. Let's see, how can I put it? If you look inside of a pyramid, you won't see any of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They said the people before this iteration of humans did those. It was their way of communicating, passing it on. And they make some damn good sense.
Well, isn't this kind of evidence for the Book of Enoch? And
yeah, exactly. Because exactly. But the Book of Enoch was took out.
Mm-hmm.
Taken out, yeah.
Which is a shame. It's a great book.
Yep. And a lot of this stuff goes back to Enoch, I guess. Well, I know it does. Like I say, I'm tired. I'm not making much sense. But some of those, like they say, there's the Ark of the Covenant, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have 4 other arks, and there's more. But they said they would take gold and turn it into this powder stuff, black stuff, and they can do it now, and it still works. But it generates electricity, and it goes on and on. And you see, if you notice, they always carry a spear, like the kings or the pharaohs will have a what do you call it? Picking walking chain.
They had batteries and whatnot. A lot of the porcelain stuff.
Well, these arcs are batteries. It's like a super battery that can it would generate electricity, and they had to ground them with their staffs, or it would kill them. That's why they carried staffs. I mean, they got their own. The Templars is the only people that can use the pyramids to do their services. Do you know that? They have free access to the pyramid in Egypt.
So is that a hiding thing, or is it just because they're the only ones that can?
Well, they've never been restricted. They've always had access to the pyramid. What's the big one? Shit, I'm losing my mind.
The Great Pyramid of Giza?
Yeah. They have access. They do their initiations there, or their rituals every year. Inside the pyramid. Unrestricted. They have secret rooms that nobody can see, but Again, I can show you. I can pull the video up.
Well, didn't they do LiDAR and recently discover that, like...
Oh, that's under the big, yeah.
And what is that for? Like, that looks kind of like what a geothermal generator would look like.
Yep. He didn't say much about that. A little bit, not a whole lot. And this guy's like a grand whatever. Again, I'm not making that much sense. I'm butchering it. But I studied. I went into this stuff for 6 years. I went into Egypt for like 6 years, digging around, looking at rocks, this kind of stuff. Online, of course, studying this stuff. But he gave me like 50. I had all these questions, right? He answered 50% of them within 2 hours, and it made. Well, you can't argue with it. It's proof. He shows you, tells you. There it is. You ever see? It ain't the Templars. It's the Freemasons. That kind of thing. Some of their the things they do, the images and all that stuff. It's out for a reason, and it's pretty damn simple when he tells you. You look at him, you're like, "Damn, that's crazy. What is that?" But they all make sense. They have reason. It's crazy. It blew my damn mind. See, I spent 6 years studying just the shape of the rocks and that kind of stuff, because they all use the same methods across the whole planet.
Well, it does kind of imply outside intervention, right?
Yeah. But I think that's what they mean. He didn't come right down to say that, but they know that. And the Templars went over there. They went to protect the Christians, of course. They did do that. But they went to dig up for Egypt. They went to dig Egypt. Just like, what's his name is? Smittler. Little mustache guy. But they were doing it way back. I mean, shit. It's crazy. It really is.
But that's why he went over there. He's got such. He had a relationship with the Vatican, all this kind of stuff. The Vatican archives, all this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what all that shit says?
Oh God, they've got a lot of stuff there yet. A lot, according to this guy.
By the way, yeah. By the way, like these nukes have been around for thousands of years. Wait, what?
Yep.
Have you motherfuckers cracked gravity yet? And we're just kind of looking at them like fucking like apes.
Isn't a lot of the stories in the Egyptian hieroglyphics about mutual destruction?
Yeah. There's also what they call it, a time. It's not a damn time machine. What the hell's wrong with me?
Well, like a Stargate.
Stargate. Got it. That's it. He pointed out where they are. Some of them. The hieroglyphs that it says portal.
Mm-hmm.
And they're there. They're not going in there and cut them in the damn wall.
Right.
Do what?
The pyramids, like now that we know that there's like a geothermal, haven't gone down there yet.
Well, yeah, they've not yet.
But it looks like a geothermal generator.
Yep.
From my estimation, I'm not an engineer, but it is what it looks like.
It's capable. The pyramids are capable of generating power. But what do they do with it? I don't know.
Yeah, the Stargate.
It could be. It could be. It could be. I don't want to butcher it up too bad, but yeah, it could be.
I mean, I'm only speculating, of course, but
I don't know. I mean, we can't make it happen. I don't think, but some of what he shows and tells is like, holy shit. Like one of those right there that you're looking at. How the hell could somebody with no lights, no plumbing, no nothing, go for miles underground and do that in the freaking dark?
Mm-hmm.
For real. I mean, they had
like,
lamps and stuff, but what oil lamps? What the? They didn't build any of it, more or less, is what I'm saying.
Plus, I mean, I know it was a long time, right? So, I mean, the scale of how long it was, 1,000 years?
Well, they say 3,000 to 4,000 for the pyramids, right? It's more like 15,000.
How crazy is it to think that? All right, so slavery also was involved, right? How
Yeah.
crazy is it to think that you were able to force that many people? Like, if you scale the labor and you just controlled people that long.
Yeah, exactly. You can't. I mean, it was already built before the Egyptians, what they call Egyptians, found this shit. Including what you're seeing right there. Some of it might have been them, and he explains it a lot better than I do. And if I'm alert, I can do a lot better with my materials, my visual aids. But yeah,
Who can ask about Area 51?
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
I think it kind of ties in, actually, because if you look into what's his name, Bob Lazar.
Yeah,
he stole an element that supposedly does not occur on this planet.
Well, they found it. It does now.
I mean, well, yeah, asteroids are a thing.
Element 105 or something, 115, something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that. What if that is the thing that, I mean, it could all tie together, right?
It could.
What if that's like the power source that the pyramids need?
I don't know.
Where's Stargate, right?
Yeah, I think that's the question. Where is the Stargate? Is it under the pyramid is that what they're scanning and seeing?
I don't think so. You wouldn't want, I mean, if we're assuming it's an intelligence source designing this, right? You wouldn't want your power source that could potentially go wrong with volatile materials right next to the thing you're trying to do.
That's a fair point.
Maybe Stonehenge? Maybe that's the Stargate?
Oh, he made some comments about Stonehenge. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't nothing big about Stonehenge. Nothing like shocking, what the hell? Nothing like that. When he was talking about this pyramid stuff, that's what the Templars went over there for. That was their real mission, to find any kind of technology, find relics, of course, the Ark. And they found the Arks. And they have them stored in the United States in a bunker, 2 bunkers. One's in Washington, D.C., and the other one's in Utah or somewhere. And they're guarded. He said there's no way to get to one in Washington, D.C. If you did, you probably wouldn't live through it. It's pretty wild. I think that hit me like this shit hit Terry.
Bro, like I said,
hell?
this is
Crazy.
You know what I mean? Now, like, the son's still alive. Like, he's gone on to write multiple books about all this kind of shit. But yeah, bro, it's what the fuck.
Yeah, how much do these people really know? I mean, really, how much people know?
Son. Only because
I'll be right back. Shit, be right back.
I have a hesitation with the son writing the book and having the accusations. That's why I did a little more research real quick. Back when we were talking about that. Although I do find it odd that your own son accuses you of shit. But, I mean, who knows what money's involved? I mean, it stinks of mafia or some sort of organized something, right? Which the government is totally capable of. I get to say that, by the way. Don't come after me. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. But
yeah, because you order. I mean, they're of Russian Jewish immigrant roots. With no prominent or direct German ties. Oh, bro.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I asked like Grok, what's the family history of like Hodels?
Mm-hmm.
And it's Russian Jewish immigrant roots.
What? Doesn't that kind of make
Oh,
it?
bro, he was. Yeah, George Oh my God! Why do I?
Look at his flight records, and I kind of hit a wall.
No. You just look at the family. You look at the family name, where they come from. You know what I mean? Because how far back can you go, motherfuckers? George Hill Hodel Jr., born October 10th, 1907 in Los Angeles, California, died May 17th, 1999, was the only son of George Hodel Sr., born around 1873, 1874 in the Russian Empire, likely Odessa. Do you know what Odessa was?
Sounds super familiar.
Yeah, he does.
The Odessa was one of the programs that they used to migrate Nazis out of Germany.
Yes.
Okay.
Tied to paper.
Ain't that a coinky ding? He's from
No,
his
they
father's
ain't no
from
paperclip.
Odessa.
No paperclip. No.
Yeah, no, we just use staples. Yeah, immigrated around 1900, naturalized U.S. citizen. Ain't that a quinky dink? Yep.
Don't go too far, Terry.
In modern day Ukraine, Russia area, just to be specific, you know. The other way, like Putin, when his speeches, he's like, you know, the Nazis are back and all this kind of shit, and then like the media are like, oh, he's talking about Nazis. He's just like the lefties. They're your enemy too, right?
God damn.
I think we're going to learn a lot this year.
Buckle up, buckaroo.
Come around, November, December? We're going to know a whole lot more than we know now.
I would argue we will not.
Well, Egypt, I'll go back to Egypt. They're going to make a major announcement before the end of the year or something that's going to change everything, they said. No joke.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know. They might have found that damn time machine or whatever the hell they're looking for. Or they might have found the Hall of Records. Who knows?
Time travel doesn't exist.
Well, not time, but going to someplace else.
I mean, you'd know if it did.
I wished it did, but it don't. You could travel to another place through a portal.
Oh, Stargate.
There you go. They might have found one. Or they might have found the Hall of Records, or they might, under the pyramid there, they might actually tell us what it is. But all the LiDAR and stuff's picking up.
So I did say it was geothermal power. I think there's a theory that it's hydropower.
There is. They say they use water as a pump to hit the bottom of the pyramid.
Where does it go? So, like, I'd be interested to see where that is.
Yep.
Not going in that shit, though. Couldn't pay me to do that. No. I'll look at pictures.
Yeah. Non-AI pictures, too. I was really careful when I was doing my thing to not, if it looked one little bit fake, I just didn't, I ignored it. There's one guy that goes over there and stays, I don't know, 7 months out of the year and just goes around and films, and he does it live, so I like it pretty good. He takes really good video of stuff that matters. there's things over there we can't even make today, and it's like a scrap yard. They threw that stuff around like we would a two before.
Mm-hmm. Could I give you a case, Teriak?
Yeah, of course.
It's the prom murders in Muscuda, Illinois.
Do you study this as a hobby or
me?
Yeah.
Like which part?
Well, the serial killers and murders and places and.
I mean, I've always been interested in it to an extent.
I understand.
But I've
I guess
also
like a hobby, like I don't know.
I mean, it's the existential, like, who am I? What is everything?
Gotcha. That's kind of where I was when I deep dived on all this crazy megalithic rocks and structures and what does it mean?
Sorry, what was the case you want me to look up again?
It would have been the prom murders in Muscuda, Illinois. Mascoudah. It was technically never solved.
Let me see if I have this in my list as well, actually. But
it's a pretty interesting one. Not trying to dox myself, but it's around where I live.
So the 1969, nice. Mascuda prom murders involved the brutal killing of high school sweethearts Mike Morrison and Debbie Means.
Yep.
1815 on May between May 3rd, 4th, 1969 in Mascuda, Illinois. The case remained a haunting, unsolved mystery for decades, with the victim's family seeking justice for nearly 50 years. The incident, after attending the Mascuda Community High School prom on May 3rd, 1969, Mike and Debbie went to an isolated area near abandoned strip mines on the outskirts of town. So after prom, they went to probably go bang or some shit like that. Then they were abducted at gunpoint by Marshall Wayne Stauffer. Debbie was raped and strangled, while Mike was shot 3 times in the back of the head. Their bodies discovered 2 days later. But they were abducted by gunpoint by this dude. So he done it, right?
You gotta go further.
Perpetrator. It was a primary subject that was never convicted of these specific murders. He was later imprisoned for a similar separate kidnapping and rape. Wait, what? Convicted in death while serving life sentence for other crimes. He died and thing. So it sounds like it was that dude.
It does sound like it's that dude. Kind of.
So what's your take?
I mean, I'm not super versed on it, but there's a lot of theories, because in that area it could have been anybody, and I think in that case there was multiple people who confessed as well. But they never really. It's been a while since I thought about it.
Fuck, there's no Wikipedia article on it, bro. So we'll have to do a lot of like that's kind of like the. Let me try.
I was just giving you a thing for the future. I mean, we don't have to do it now.
No, I'm just saying in terms of the, like, for example, like if you have the Wikipedia, it's like we can literally just kind of like it's kind of segmented into suspects, confession, all this kind of shit, and like eventually like we'll drill home once we got to get, like, for example, like when we once got to the end of that, it's like it's clearly well, as soon as we got to this whole cunt, it's like, yeah, it's clearly him. As soon as we got to that transcript, you know what I mean? But let me throw this in Bob.
On this one, there was like heavy negligence on the cops, which is kind of the point I was getting at. Which is very similar to the Black Dahlia.
The Mosquito prom night murders first the brutal double homicide thing. Victims into the overview, so it was 18-year-old senior, star athlete, football, baseball, math whiz, popular student, 15 sophomore, known for activism, hard work, bright personality, was a first prom. Providers day on the night went thing. Drove to a popular necking or parking spot area near thing. Then they returned home. The massive search ensued. Body discovered.
I'd actually really like to dive into that one, like in the future, of course.
Wait, was he like the marshal? Isn't it? He was a police dude, or he was just? Oh, he was a mechanic drifter.
Maybe.
He did kill other people as well. Like that's basically what they got him on. Ultimately, so I don't know if they actually. Yeah, like technically it's not solved because they don't have the way to tie it to him. Convicted of other crimes. Oh shit, what's that? Case remains officially unsolved as a murder. Oh fuck, why did I do that?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the interesting part. Like, how is it unsolved?
Solve murder conviction for these victims of staff with wide regard as the perpetrator in public accounts investigations. Witness initial disappearance, family friends, including Mike's brother. We need to get a timeline as well. Report the missing. During May 4th, described a couple responsible and likely to run away. Search efforts and the search team, crime scene witness, first responders, investigators like Dave Young, highlighted in some accounts as dedicated investigator document the bindings, gag wounds, no direct eyewitness to abduction murders. Circumstance linked to later investigations. Avoid established person in the area, criminal activity, and possible connections via vehicle.
I think it would be interesting to look up, like, what the files, like, what we did on the Black Dahlia. Like, there's clearly a disconnect somewhere in this.
Like, what is the evidence? Watson.
Well, isn't that the problem? Is that there isn't any?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what we're going to find out. My boy Grok. Proximity and time, which is bollocks. That's what means he could have done it. Vehicle match. Investigators conclude the couple was likely abducted and driven in a 1962 Marine Chevy convertible with black top. No, I thought you said there was no fucking witness testimony.
Isn't it just like walking contradictions, like all the evidence?
Okay, so there's no eyewitnesses. So why is it this specific car? Well, he did flee and they did reportedly find blood, but DNA wasn't available in 1969. But arrest, but he was just a criminal anyway. Pattern of criminal behavior. I issue a serial offender involving grape, armed robbery, and violence against young couples, teens. He used similar methods, gunpoint abduction, sexual assault, remote dumping sites after serving 21 years. Rape thing, plea deal, dropped murder charges. He was later convicted in 1990 for kidnapping assault teenage girls, night out. receiving life sentence. He died in 2002. Other investigator leads. Police believe he abducted the couple at gunpoint from their parking spot, drove them 3 miles, isolated thing. Executed. No direct eyewitnesses or abductions. Final conviction. Dropped the first 2-degree murder charge in exchange for his office good to plead the Clinton thing. Evidence was deemed mostly circumstantial, strong suspicion and pattern matching, with insufficient direct physical proof, no witnesses to act, no murder weapon definitively tied, pre-DNA era limitations. But can they not just do modern day ones? Surely there must be some of the shit left over, maybe. Well, there's no alternative suspects. Like, what's the what would be the counter thing that's like this is the contradiction that this is not this dude? Remember when we went when we were initially going through the Dahlia one, it was like, okay, with this cunt, he has to be pretty fucking retarded to do this, or he's trying to play some 4D chess move, and then we can kind of. But we need someone else, or we need like other names or things we could point to.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
I'm gonna send you another file, Terry. If you want to look at it, and if you want to, we can. I'll be happy to do that one day, or one night, if it ever comes through.
That's true.
I'm waiting for it to send it. I'm sending it to myself. It's taking it a minute. Don't know what it's doing. What the?
Yeah, so his secretary, just an update on that, the Black Dahlia, just to really drill it home. In 1945, the dude did murder his secretary as well. Or sorry, his secretary was murdered. And then it's like, maybe I did kill my secretary. And then it's like, supposing I did kill the bitch.
You know he did it.
Where did I do the... Cause even when you do the family history, bro.
Of his family? Which family?
Yep.
His?
Oh, and the secretary kind of proves the whole it wasn't his first one.
Yep. But yeah, the whole Odessa shit there, man, I was kind of like...
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting.
Okay, buddy, but... Like, what they really want us to do is to focus on this bellhop. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He was an assistant to a mortician, so obviously he knew human anatomy to perfection. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then even but like the guy Buzz Williams, retired detective with the Long Beach Police, like Long Beach, wrote an article for LBPD newsletter, The Rap Sheet on Short's murder. His father, Richard F. Williams, was a member of the LAPD's gangster squad investigating the case. Williams' father reported believed that Dylan was the killer and that when Dylan, this is the bellhop, returned to his home state of Oklahoma, he was able to avoid extradition to California because his ex-wife Georgia Stevenson was second cousins with Illinois Governor Adlai Stevenson II, who contacted the governor of Oklahoma on Dylan's behalf. Williams' article claimed that Dylan sued the LAPD for $3 million, but the suit was dropped. Harnish disputes this, stating that Dylan was cleared by police after exhaustive investigation, that the district attorney's files positively placed him in San Francisco when Short was killed. Harnish claims that there was no LAPD cover-up. Go ahead.
Was that legally sound that he wasn't able to be extradited from California? What? Like,
yeah, so he returned to his home state of when he returned to his home state of Oklahoma, he was able to avoid extradition to California because his ex-wife Georgia Stevenson was second cousins with Illinois Governor Adlai Stevenson II, who contacted the governor of Oklahoma on Dylan's behalf. Williams' article claimed that Dylan sued the LAPD for $3 million. That his suit was dropped. Harnish disputes this, stating that Dylan was cleared by police after exhaustive investigation, and that the district attorney's files positively placed him in San Francisco when Short was killed. So basically, this dude here was like basically took a lawsuit to the LAPD saying, it's like, listen, you're trying to frame me for this thing. You know what I mean? Basically the same kind of like situation you're saying with the prom murders. That the cops just like, this dude seems like could be yeah, he does similar kind of patterns. Fuck him, Lou. So that's why he brought a suit with $3 million, and then this attorney, like in their files, basically says again, no, he was definitely in San Francisco at the time. So the DA says couldn't have been the bellhop. We're fucked, boys. We're fucked. Then we have like the lipstick murders, whereas crime authors such as Steve Hodel and William Roseman have suggested link between the Short murder and the 1946 murder and dismemberment of oh Jesus Christ, a 6-year-old Suzanne Degnan in Chicago, Illinois. Captain Donahoe of the LAPD stated publicly he believed the Black Dahlia and the lipstick murders in Chicago were likely connected. Among the evidence cited is the fact that Short's body was found on Norton Avenue, 3 blocks west of Degnan Boulevard, Degnan being the last name of the girl from Chicago. There were also striking similarities between the handwriting on the Degnan ransom note and that of Black Dahlia Avenger. Both texts used a combination of capitals and small letters, like the Degnan note read in part, "Burn this for her safety." And both notes contain similar misshapen letter P and have one word that matches exactly. Convicted serial killer William Heron served life in prison for Degnan's murder. Initially arrested at the age of 17 for breaking into a residence close to that of Degnan. Heron's claimed he was tortured by police, forced to confess, and made a scapegoat for the murder. After being taken from the medical infirmary at the Dixon Correctional Center on February 26, 2012 for health problems, Lawrence died at the University of Illinois Medical Center on March 5th, 2012 at the age of 83.
That kind of is a common theme here.
Yep. Lone woman murders between 1943 and 1949. Over a dozen of unsolved murders occurred in Los Angeles, which involved the sexual mutilation of young, attractive women. Authorities suspect at the time they could have been the work of a single unidentified serial killer. In 1949, Los Angeles County Grand Jury was tasked with investigating the failure on the part of law enforcement to solve the cases. As a result, further investigation was done on the homicides through although none of them were solved. On July 27, 1943, the son of a greenskeeper discovered a nude body of a 41-year-old Ora Elizabeth Murray lying on the ground near the parking lot of the Fox Hills golf course. Murray had been severely beaten about her face and the body, and the autopsy determined that her cause of death was due to constriction of the larynx by strangulation. Murray was last seen on July 26, 1943, attending a distance at the Zenda Ballroom in downtown Los Angeles with her sister before leaving with an unidentified man. Her murderer remains unsolved. John Gilmore's 1994 book, Severed, The True Story of the Black Dahlia Murder, suggests a possible connection between Short's murder and that of the 20-year-old Georgette Bodorf. At 11 a.m. on October 12th, 1944, Bodorf's maid and a janitor arrived to clean her apartment in West Hollywood, where they found her body face down in a bathtub. It is believed that Bodorf was attacked by a man who was waiting inside the apartment for her. Gilmore suggests that Short's employment at the Hollywood canteen, where Bordoff also worked as a hostess, could be a potential connection between the two women. However, the claim that Short ever worked at the Hollywood canteen has been disputed by other sources, such as the retired Times copy editor Larry Harnish. Wait a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a sec. Wait a sec. That's the same dude.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a sec. Wait, who the fuck is Harnish?
That would be the question right now, right? Two seemingly unrelated things. I feel like I'm on an episode of X-Files right now. Love it. But
So, like,
crazy.
Harnish is basically the Times writer. He's like the...
Goes back to corporate, yep.
So, I think we were... So yeah, however, Short was worked at the thing as sources such as retired editor Larry Harnish. Regardless, Steve Hodler suggests that both women. So the Sun is suggesting that both women were killed by the same individual. Since both cases, the media received notes, supposed from the killer taunting the police and boasting of his skills. The murder 44-year-old Jean Niet French on February 10th. 1947 was also considered by the media and detectives possibly being related to Short's killing. French's body was discovered in West Los Angeles on Grandview Boulevard, nude and badly beaten. Written on her stomach in lipstick was what appeared to say "fuck you, BD," and the letters TEX below. The Herald Express covered the story heavily and drew comparisons to Short murder in less than a month before. Prior summarizing the initials, BD stood for Black Dahlia.
Would that mean that there's like a Dexter? Like they're competing?
Possibly.
Fuck you, Black Dahlia murder. I'm better
According
than you. And they're like trying to outcompete.
According to historian John Lewis, however, the scrawling actually read PD, ostensibly standing for police department.
That would make more sense.
On March 12th, 1947, the new body of 42-year-old Evelyn Winters was found at 12:10 a.m. in a vacant lot and abandoned rear yard in Newark, California, along the Los Angeles River. Winters had been bludgeoned and strangled to death. She was last seen by a male acquaintance, James Joseph Tiernan, who stated to authorities that he saw her leave Albany Hotel in Los Angeles at 8 p.m. Dorothy Ella Montgomery, age 36, was found about 10:30 a.m. in a vacant field up a tree. Montgomery had died due to strangulation, was found nude and beaten. She had been missing since 9:30 p.m. the previous evening when she left home. On Jesus Christ, on May 12th, 1947, the body of a 36-year-old Laura Ellis Tress was discovered in an oil company patrolman on an oil-filled Long Beach Boulevard. Tress had been SA'd, strangled with a belt, and been thrown from a moving vehicle. According to her husband.
There's no
dismemberment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. According to her husband, they had both been playing cards the night prior at their home in 2211 August Avenue. The friends in the afternoon. Tress's husband wanted to continue, but she became bored and left to go to the Crystal Ballroom. He stated, "If the boys can play poker, we girls can go dance." He was not seen alive again. Again, I'm telling you, like these party girls, they ain't no good for you ladies. On July 8th, 1947, the naked body of Rosanda Josephine Mondragon, age 21, was discovered by a postal clerk in a gutter near Los Angeles City Hall. Mondragon had been strangled by a silk stocking. She was last seen by her estranged husband that morning at 1 a.m. when she'd been served with the divorce papers at the residence. She then left, entering a stranger's car. On the evening of October 7th, Lillian Dominguez, age 15, was walking home with her sister and a friend, Santa Monica, when a man approached him. He stabbed Dominique in the heart with a stiletto blade between her second and third ribs. One week later, on October 9th, a note on the back of a business card was left on the door of a furniture store. The message written in pencil read, "I killed Santa Monica girl, I will kill others." Craziness, man. But what was this even supposed to be? The lone women. Oh yeah, just lone women murders. So like basically there's a load of like different women in around this time period, in around this area, like on their own, all this kind of shit. Numerous details. This is all the rumors and factual disputes. Numerous details regarding Short's personal life and death have been points of public dispute. The eager involvement of both the public and press in solving her murder. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like the basically irrelevant what the her bitch's personal life has been. You know what I mean? But it goes to show you like what the media turns it all into. It turns into a fucking circus.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Oh, the whole drama bullshit. We are our own worst enemies.
They also don't expect you to make it this far down. So they'll pat that shit. I mean, why do you think
the stream's going to get taken down? Or just go
no,
missing?
I just... Yeah, it's insane that nobody at that time, like, it has to be a cover-up. The incompetence is...
It's overwhelming.
And then the people who made the money off of it, too, that'd be an interesting avenue to look up. Because didn't Harshish write a book about it and profit off of this?
Tarek, when you get a second, will you try to open that file? You don't have to read it. See if it open, please. Spent the last 15 minutes trying to repack it.
Oh, bro, like, and the just as a quick look, some of these megalithic things, like these pictures don't do them justice. You know what I mean? Because like they think, oh, it's just the patterns. Like, no, like the sheer size of these motherfucking things. Like,
Oh yeah,
right next to these things, and it's literally like you're a speck of dust. You know.
I did that somewhat on purpose. I didn't want to look at the size. I wanted to look at the method.
Yeah, but no, like I'm because like they'll say it's like, oh, like because if the rocks are small enough, but it's like because they're so massive, and they fit in so perfectly. You know what I mean?
Those prickers right there are like 20 feet tall. Some of them.
Yep.
But there's a lot more. I got too many, but I was going to put together a couple videos. But what needs said is in my brain, in my head. I'm not putting it down yet. See that one in the middle right there?
Mm-hmm.
Second row down in the middle. What on the second slide? On the second slide, yeah. See that right there at the top? The one in the middle, the second line down in the middle, down one line, that one in the middle there. You see that top? How it looks like it's been done with a putty knife.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking. You know what that is? Granite. And they did it with a putty knife. And I've got the big picture. What do they call
that
it?
Lower or
I can't remember. Shit. No, it's in there someplace. There's a bunch of damn slides in there. A bunch of pictures. Except I hadn't packaged it all yet. I hadn't put it all together yet.
Isn't it?
But it's the method. It's not how big they are. See that? Look at that.
But it like but what I'm saying is like to work with to take it to that scale, like requires like the bigger something is, the more energy it requires.
Oh my God, yeah. And you can't
unless it's underwater.
Well, what do they call it? Thermo.
Then the motherfuckers had gills.
Geopolymer, you ever heard of that?
No.
It's where they make. You can make stones softer, so you can work with them. In this case right here, it's almost have to. That's in Peru, so they had a method of doing that.
But like
that they're spread out too across the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like there has to have been intervention, like at some point. Like I don't know what the intervention was.
Younger draws.
Yeah, but to get these massive stones, these
Right.
locations in this formation, like already requires such a massive energy thing, and then on top of the stuff, like you're pointing out there, like the technology to soften the rock and to be able to sculpt and all this kind of stuff as well, is another.
That's the whole point. They didn't build any of this stuff, Terry. This stuff was here to the other iteration of whatever we were before.
Yeah.
Before Younger Dress.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but like
Yeah.
before that shit, it's like we did have like much more powerful shit than we have now.
Yeah, or we had a whole different atmosphere, whole different something was different. You know what I mean? Like I say, they threw those. See that right there? That one with the shell. That's geopolymer. See how behind it is like it's two layers, but it don't look like it from the front if it's not busted. But if you look at it like that, they had like a putty or something, if that makes sense. A sheetrock mud or something like that.
Could
the
it
main
be
rock is in behind it, and they just made it pretty with the outer.
Could it potentially be a scale thing to where, like, we were talking earlier, that it's a shame the Book of Enoch is not recognized, but I mean, if Nephilim exist, I mean, those are just like regular bricks to them.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't no big deal. They throw it around, but no big deal. See that whole bottom right there? That was carved and put into place. That whole freaking thing right there. They built that before they set the pyramid on it. And I thought, how deep is that? Like 6 or 7 feet deep, and that's solid fucking granite. It's madness, crazy.
And that's
under that little feather stall, they're going to find the Hall of Records under his left paw.
Isn't there also questions of what the Sphinx is looking at?
Yeah, that's going to show up October the 7th of this year. The scientists even say so. There's a star that's going to turn from blue to red. And the age of us, and like I said, Egypt's going to announce something big too. Everything's going to change around that time as far as knowledge. Look at that right there. Tell me you cut that with a fucking rock. That's been cut with a saw.
Yeah,
And that's an Egypt. It's funny.
It would make
Some-
sense that it was that the Sphinx is looking at a star.
Yeah.
I mean, all their shit was based on astrological.
Yeah, Leo or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say when I'm
But it's
awake, I'm pretty good at this shit.
It's looking good so far, though. To be fair, man.
I think I just got to show some skill. Give you something. I was going to put something there like with humans or something, so you can reference it, the size. But I'm more interested in how the method.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
The
sense.
technology rather than just
Yeah,
the raw energy.
Yeah. The technology. Cut 3 fucking rocks for me and I'll shut my mouth forever. In any of those places across the planet. Duplicate 3 of them. Can't do it.
And another interesting thing is like the pottery as well.
Oh my God.
The pottery is insanely precise.
Oh, I could go ape shit on that. I mean, go too deep.
Batteries. What were they batteries for? We've never really figured that out. Because they're basic batteries, and like they've been able to analyze the shit.
You talking
in
about
the battery.
Baghdad batteries?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those are actually. Sorry.
For
Those
because
are gold plating.
Electric lights, and I mean, there's not really wiring.
Well, they had enough juice to do gold plating, and they used a lot of gold.
Mm-hmm.
And the Egyptians probably made those. They probably actually made those Baghdad batteries, or not the Egyptians, but whoever lived in Iraq at that time. They used them, I think, for gold plating, that kind of stuff. But they did use the energy for something. And the dude that guy was telling you about, he kind of explains it a little bit. A lot better than I do on the power part. As far as the rocks, and like Terry said, the pottery, shit.
Mm-hmm. No,
I used to be a tool die maker way back in the day. And I know how to make stuff. I know how to make a lot of shit. And to look at that, that's why I caught my eye. I was like, no, that cannot be done. The freaking piece of brass on another rock can't be done. It's impossible. Literally impossible.
Isn't there quite a bit of that in Irish history from back around that time, back in the pagan days?
Yep. There's all kinds of sites over there.
That's like 12,000 years old.
At least that one right there that you're looking at, Terry.
Oh shit! 1 sec. I just gotta welcome in Shazzy. Welcome in. But let me pull this up again.
That's in a massive structure. Half of it's underwater. More than half. 2/3 of it's underwater. And that's the only spot in the whole damn place that looks like that. It's like they were, smoothing it off, and they just left. Bye-bye.
Where did
I'll have
they
to get
go?
the spot. Do what?
Where did they go?
That's the whole question. All of these sites are like that. It's like they just left. But you got the flood, or whatever you want to call it. Younger dries the flood. The timeline, our timeline's a little bit off. Around the Sphinx itself, there's vertical water damage that would take thousands and thousands of years to do. And Egypt was green at one time.
Mm-hmm.
So scientists figured this shit out, not me. It would have to be at least, like 13,000 years ago to get that kind of damage. And it all falls back to the Younger Dryas thing. Or that time frame. I mean, you can back out on Google Maps or Google Earth. You can see where it hit down Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It got hit real hard. There's, I don't know how many craters down through there. There are lakes, and there's like 10 churches around each crater. Ain't that strange? But the trajectory of the rocks, or whatever it was, make craters, and they're made like teardrops. They're not, round.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect. If you back out a little further, you can see where the water's just washed over the whole planet. It's wild. It's wild. Like I say, I spent 6 years doing it. Not like school, but I spent a lot of time on it.
I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but if
yeah,
if the craters have a trajectory that's kind of shallow, like coming from a side, right?
Yeah, an arc from up, I say the North Pole. It really hit around Michigan, up in that area, I believe, Great Lakes.
Okay, well, that was the point I was going to make, that they could have been from here.
What do you mean from here?
Like not otherworldly?
No, something hit the Earth. Something caused it. And it melted the ice caps very fast. And all the flooding that happened probably happened in 7 days. That's why we have the Grand Canyon. You can see it literally. Google Earth has made some... It helped a lot. I don't know how to explain it. It's fixed it where you can see everything.
I was only suggesting that maybe a previous civilization was advanced enough that
absolutely
destroyed themselves. And that could have caused everything.
It could have. Okay, I'm with you. They could have. They might have done it. They might have been playing with their own version of nukes. Who knows? Or something bigger.
All the crazy stuff I read about Antarctica too. It's just like
Antarctica. Oh, that's a wild place. Yeah, it's a wild place.
Everything from they've got a pulse machine that rattles the earth that causes all the.
Yeah, they say they have a pyramid, a black pyramid under Antarctica, that all the countries know about it. We don't know what it is. That's what they say. I know you can't just browse. You just can't go to Antarctica. You got to get permission from one of the governments or one of the,
Yeah, because you have to go. Was it Chile? You have to go from Chile down there.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I just, I don't know. During my studies there, I know you have to have permission to go from one of the countries.
Well,
and if you don't, you're not going to go. I mean,
yeah, because it's nobody controls it, so like you have to kind of go through. I don't know if NATO is the right thing, but
yeah,
something along them there lines.
All the countries have, like, not all the countries, but several have bases and areas that's theirs, I guess, belongs to them. Like we have one belongs to us.
Yeah, and if I was a visitor from another planet, I'd land. 100%. That's where I'd land.
There again, little mustache man went over there. Don't know what he did, but he went over there.
That's why I laugh at the Area 51 shit. It's like, really? It'd be too fucking obvious.
Yeah, we own Area 51 for sure. There's people like the Skunk Works. It's their secret. They say they keep us in the dark for 25 years on tech. They're 25 years ahead of us of what we know. That's what they say. No conspiracy. I don't even think they deny it.
They don't.
Yep. DARPA and ARPA, or it ain't ARPA anymore, DARPA. Unlimited budget.
They have bitches screaming in their house, and the FBI is listening on it going,
but they got
I ain't going in there.
Yeah. They have
that motherfucker killed the secretary. You heard him. Do you not hear what he said to Consuela?
Not
Are you
only
not hungry to go back across the border?
not only did he say it, they heard it and did nothing about it.
Yeah. It's like they're probably across the street, in a motel room or something. Oh, well.
We're in a panel van for sure.
Yeah. It's crazy. I never thought about it.
The Cheech and Chong
I think he found
DHC
something there.
plastic.
Stumbled onto it. He stumbled onto something. He solved the damn. I don't know how to say the black Dahlia.
Yeah, Black
Dahlia.
Dahlia.
It's also a really cool metal band. You should look them up.
Yeah. Dahlia.
No worries, Shiva. We accidentally solved a murder case and wrapped it into confirming that I don't even want to say it. You know what I mean? Basically, Nazis were involved.
Yep. And he can sum it up with 2 paragraphs, maybe one.
I think
actually, Shiva, I would like your professional opinion. If one could exist, I guess. Where's the thing? Okay, 1 sec. Oh man, I don't even know how to describe this. Basically,
I'll be right back.
Crazy's making the wise move. You just want to be any part of this. So basically, like, we're going through people of like possible suspects of the murder and all this kind of stuff. And basically, this dude Hodel came up. The name Hodel came up, and we basically got to one of the wiretaps because we were reading a Wikipedia article. Like, this shit sounds a bit fucked up. So basically, it gets to this point where it's like the conversation he's having with a German man, and again, this is 1950, just after Operation Paperclip. You know what I mean? Making statements that they got to get me and all this kind of shit. And then we get to the beautiful line where it says, he basically turns to the German dude and says, supposing I did kill the bitch, they couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead. Okay, that's one thing he's saying in the conversation. You know what I mean? And in terms of like the coded language that they're talking about, they also mention communism, by the way. They're communist. He also says, have you heard from the powers? The man with the German accent then asked Hodel something about smoking. Hodel said, I can't afford it. Don't smoke. The German said, I can get it for you. You know what I mean? So, like I said, a bit of coded language there. And then we get to the probably the most terrifying thing, because that conversation that he's having with the German is like upstairs in the house or whatever. Then at 8:20 p.m., sound as though the 2 men went down the steps and entered the basement and began digging. As you do, Shiva, at 8:30 p.m. at night, you and your German friend go down to the basement and start digging. As something was referred to, not a trace, it also appeared as though the pipe was being hit. 8:25 p.m. Woman screamed. Full stop. 8:27 p.m. Woman screamed again. Full stop. It should be noted that a woman was not heard before the time of screaming since 6:50 p.m. She was not in any conversation and not heard of again until the time of letting out these 2 screams. She was also not heard since.
Yeah,
right?
Don't forget the pillow.
Yeah, this is
We need a pillow. I'm sorry.
It's and then basically an hour after this, Shiva, then the maid questioning Hodel about her citizenship and what the immigration officers say in regards to her father. So basically, she's kind of saying, "I just witnessed you kill a bitch. You better make sure I get my green card and my father too." Hodel talking about a drunken judge in a pink shirt deciding the technicality of the law as far as her citizenship is concerned. Maid citizenship papers are fouled up in proper entry, subject to deportation. Going to have a waiver of documents. They'll realize you acted in good faith. Hodel says, "Are you hungry to to go across the border.
Do you
Don't
pick
be
up on
getting
my
uppity,
threat?
bitch. I'll send you back to Mexico, Consuela. You know what I mean?
Do you
So, like, we basically read through this kind of going, what the fuck is this?
I want to see the blanket and a pillow. It's funny.
Where is
It
that
ain't funny,
part?
but it was where the girl was screaming
Oh, bro.
right before it.
When I read that shit, I was like, what? The woman screamed. Woman screamed again. It should be noted that the woman was not heard before this time. And Shiva, they did not do anything.
Yeah, they didn't move a finger. Well, they moved their fingers. They typed
Fair, it's
something.
fair. Well, I'm coming at it from his perspective. That's basically the mentality this dude has. This dude is a goddamn psychopath. Like, he's literally like killing a woman, like whilst being surveilled by the FBI, and then the FBI didn't do anything. There was no action towards this.
While hearing it.
Yeah, while hearing it. There was something fishy. This is the blanket parts in here right there someplace. I'm pretty sure. Much
Yeah,
better, but
realized there was nothing I could do but put a pillow over her head and cover her with a blanket.
Yep, that's it. And cover her with a blanket after I smothered her to death with a pillow.
She's
Hey, get a
hysterical.
taxi. Get a taxi. Oh, Georgia Street. Receiving hospital right away. Expired 12:39. 4 hours later.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
What happened in between? That's a big time gap, right?
Yeah, it is.
This
What happened
doesn't
in 4 hours?
really explain it, because the next part doesn't really explain it.
Maybe I did kill my secretary. Maybe.
Man, it was the like, where is it?
Sounds
And
enough.
the FBI never moves.
Clean
They
up
just sit there.
They're out to get me. DA's officer was transferred and denoted because of my trial. Holt explained about his being questioned at the DA's office Wednesday morning and told in great detail as to questions propounded to him at that time. One statement made to the journalist as follows: "Supposing I did kill the Black Dahlia, they couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead. And like his secretary died 2 years before Dahlia dies, which is like 3 years before this."
And don't forget his son spilt the beans.
Yeah, his
Right
son was
after
the one that came
he
out.
Right after this, he fled to the Philippines.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
With the paperclip.
He died in 1999.
After he incest with his daughter.
Yep. Like after, although he was never formally charged with a crime, George Hardle came to wider attention after his death when he was accused by his son, LAPD homicide detective Steve Hoddle.
There you go.
And
I think his son had a pretty good
It
case.
wasn't his first one. But like, you need to make a whole like web of this shit.
Who better to cut somebody in two than a doctor?
Well, the spine is where I would think.
Well, there's something about the blood too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bro, there was this whole thing, the PSYOP in 2017, Red Rose by P.U. Eatwell.
Oh yeah, the bellhop.
So yeah, it was the bellhop who was the former mortician's assistant.
How handy.
Skeptical as fuck.
How handy.
Apparently there was a scheme to rob hotels.
For what?
Doesn't matter for what, bro. It's a fucking psyop.
Covered in blood and fecal matter.
Yep.
No matter one still stands out to me. Like, why you gotta mention the shit? When people die, they shit. So, like, isn't that kind of understood?
Yes,
Unless
they do.
some, like, psychopath was painting the walls with shit on purpose. and they're leaving part of
Elder
the
Skelter, remember?
But like, it makes no sense in terms of the scene depicted because like we know that like the whole it's like just to show how like this is a literally like this whole fucking thing here, like this is a paid psyop like to cover for our boys because when you look at the scene that we seen in the Dahlia murder, it was like she was sanguinated. It was like surgically precise removal of the thing, and like all this like extra shit, like meticulous and all this kind of shit. Versus, oh yeah, they just done it in a hotel room, and there was like blood and shit everywhere.
With P.U. Eatwell.
You know what I mean? Makes no sense. Whereas this psycho doctor, like he's even like there's certain parts to it as well, where he's like even like saying to the cops, like knowing that he's like being monitored.
Well, if he's plugged in, I mean that.
And he was. He had to be.
Of like part of the transcripts where they were talking about they couldn't hear and they just heard typewriter. I could totally see him just. It was a meeting and he would type something and.
Or tell his maid to.
Yeah.
Get the keys on that typewriter.
And then burn that shit.
Yeah. Just keep pounding.
And like bear in mind, like 40 minutes before the screaming, we have section here. Hodel talking to a man with an accent, possibly German. Telephone, men, we're here. Operator, realized there was nothing I could do. Put a pillow over her head and cover her with a blanket. He was talking to a German dude about putting a pillow over the woman's head and to cover with a blanket when the telephone men came.
Well, you saw the thing about the claw hammer, right?
And then
anyway, now that they have figured it out, killed her, maybe I did kill my secretary. Nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, get a taxi, call Georgia Street Receiving Hospital right away. Expired at 12:39. We thought there was something fishy. Anyway, now they may have figured it out. Killed her. Maybe I did kill my secretary. Like this is like what the fuck? They must have. Yeah, they must have enough of him guilty, or he wouldn't have confessed. Time for research. Lots of pounding.
So that was a sound, whatever it was. Lots of pounding.
Yep. Digging or whatever. FBI were over to see me 3 weeks ago. Above man walking, possible German accent. 2 years since, regardless of what happens, police.
Much laughter.
I think if you were to start where I think it was supposed to be they thought there was something fishy anyway. Now they may have figured it out. I think if you say it in a different way. I know this sounds like tone policing, but hear me out. Killed her. Maybe I did kill the secretary. They must have enough on him to be guilty or he wouldn't have confessed. Like, weird inflection.
Could be. Their notes are very sloppy, so you really can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
It just said much laughing. Who from? Both of them, or who? What?
Well, what is time for research? "Quote unquote." Lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what is that? Everybody's hitting the table.
I don't know. Maybe they're back in the basement. Possible German accent. Police, much laughter.
Above man walking.
Above man leaves the house. The German. Right? Above man leaves the house. Escorted to the door by Hodel. Yep, the German guy.
This also could be code to hide capitalizing above.
Why did he do that?
like above man, like it's the title.
No, like the sentence before or above man. I'm taking it as the sentence before the German guy.
Yeah, that would be a clever way to hide that.
Mm-hmm. Possible German accent. Yeah, it was him. Escorted to the door. Yep. By Hodel. And then Hodel makes a phone call that's very plain. Don't know what he's saying, but it was plain.
Because like when you look at the aspect of like him saying like the dude whoever killed Dahlia, Black Dahlia, right? Like he's like sending letters to police, he's taunting the police. And the same way with this dude, like
he's taunting them, man. If he knows they're watching,
that's why he's like 2 years since, regardless of what happens, I still got 2 years of freedom extra than I should have.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
And he ends with police, as if like he's
Yep.
talking to police.
Does he
Why
know
would
they're
he be mentioning the police?
he knows they're listening, or he's making fun of them? Probably because he knows who's listening.
But above man is referenced twice because right after that it says much laughter. Above man leaves.
Yep. Above man walking.
Mm-hmm. So does that mean somebody
Above
who
man leaves the house?
is like?
I think it's the German. They keep talking about that German guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's where Paperclip would tie in.
Yep.
But
I think it's odd myself. I do.
I hate to wrap it up, but it is the end of the show. Any final thoughts, closing remarks, nuggets of wisdom, any rays of sunshine we could end on, other than what is it, like clearly a bleak fucking transcript?
I think you saw the mystery since 1947. Do it again. Pick another one.
Yeah,
And I
want
want
to
to
pick
do the
something
rock.
in the 80s or some shit.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
I want to do the rocks. And go for the Zodiac. He was never really, really, really locked down.
Well, there's ties to the Zodiac from Black Dahlia.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I think that could have happened. The time frames are right. He wouldn't have been that old. Yeah. That wouldn't be interesting.
True that, true that. Yeah, and that's to leave the folks out before we head.
Thanks for having me. It's fun. Down
Good
whenever.
talking to you, Dora. It's been a lot. It's been fun, really. I hope we do it again sometime.
100%, folks. But with that, like I said, shout outs to you all. Appreciate you stopping by, everybody in chat, all the donos, the boys coming on pan as well. Like I said, bit of a wild one to say the least, jamming.